All right, folks, it is 8 o'clock p.m. It is the new and improved Midnight Run. And once again, it's that VINCE. How y'all folks doing tonight? Y'all ready for 4 hours? That's the way it's going to be. Earl Grey Tuesday, 4 hours. Midnight Run, 4 hours. We're going to review videos, get questions answered. We're going to have a gay old time. No homo. So, folks, because we're doing 4 hours, I just figured I'd just go ahead and bring the whole damn bottle. You know, we're going to be drinking some Hilton Head Distillery spice rum tonight, you know. Not sure how much I'm going to drink. It's just going to all depend. I'm going to just get a little bittle. Got myself a nice hand-rolled Nicaraguan cigar, you know. I got my Folgers coffee. You know, we got all the stuff, you know. So, folks, as we always do with the Midnight Run, what are you drinking and smoking? Forgot to turn the light on. What's up, Angel? Hope y'all doing well. I know it's going to be a little light because I think people are expecting me to come on at 8 o'clock at 10 o'clock p.m. So if you can, go ahead and tell everyone the Midnight Run has started there. And then we'll get some questions answered. We will react to some videos. Now, next week, we're going to play video games, too. Well, at least a great one. Y'all can watch me play some classic video games. That's going to be real funny because I get kind of animated when I'm playing video games. Just keeping the real talent to you like it is, folks. Yeah, Seratus. I grew up watching the Power Rangers. Most people don't know this, but the Power Rangers shows have been around since 1977. They didn't even get over to the U.S. until around 1991 or so. Tommy, he played pretty much a lot of parts in the Power Ranger series. He was the Green Ranger, White Ranger, Red Ranger, Black Ranger, you know. Hey, Andrew, what's up? But yeah, there's a couple reasons why I went 4 hours. Number one, we now have the cellular router to where we can actually get decent bandwidth in order to review videos. But also, you know, for folks that are in Europe who can't make it in time for the Midnight Run, it's kind of late and everything. You know, I wanted to make sure I had a show for them too, you know, so they can answer some questions. Because usually the only time that they actually have is Earl Grey Tuesday. And that was only for 2 hours, you know. And the biggest thing is I wasn't reviewing videos. That's something a lot of people ask me. So, here we are. So, I'm sure a couple people will be streaming in pretty soon. I hope. That guy, this will be 4 hours. It's a 4-hour live stream. Got to close out a couple windows here. I actually had some broken cracker bread and arguing with the distributor about it, so... y'all don't want to see that mess. This is a 4-hour... Hey, Pugman, how you doing there? Yes, I'm pretty aware of... He got his channel taken down, but someone had to report him. I'm suspecting Richard. Either that or there's another guy around that's pre-posting his material as well. It's kind of an odd situation or so forth. But glad you're here. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight, that's for sure. Let me get the song out anyway. Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody Wang Chung tonight. Getting ready to head to do my cardio? Okay. Good deal, my man. Good deal. Absolutely. I have that soulful voice there that you can listen to while you're doing your cardio. Which is also what I'm doing, folks. And folks, y'all probably notice I've been leaning a little bit. I'm trying to experiment and actually see... I'm just trying to see how well my joints are going to hold up. I'm thinking about doing a master's bodybuilding show. Possibly. I don't have any issues dieting down or anything. In fact, I've been losing weight for ever since I got on TRT. But, you know, I've been lifting a lot heavier. So I'm just trying to see just whether my joints can take it or not, you know. That's the biggest thing. So I'm taking extra glucosamine. I'll get weekly massages, sports massages, you know. Not anal massages. No anal massages, folks. And we'll just, we'll see how things go. Richard definitely needs an intervention. But I do need to debate him on the peptides. He doesn't realize the stuff is illegal in Canada. I have no choice at this point to compete in the. I would have to compete in the NPC, and I would have to pick up where I left off, which is a junior division, actually. Because I haven't finished high enough to actually. I mean, I could technically move to the open, but I would have to compete in a junior division. That would be more akin as far as to where I would be. Or in the Masters division. I don't think they have a junior Masters division, so. Very funny. Pugman, back in the day, I could definitely and easily outlift Richard. He lifts like a sissy. I mean, when my joints are good, I could lift pretty heavy. You know, 120 dumbbell presses, no problem. You know. Hey, OG, how you doing? Hey, Johnny Phantom. I would probably not be able to stream the Masters show. Well, I can't do a novice show because I've already done a junior show. So that would be impossible for me to do. I'd get yelled at if I did a novice show. Not only that, the thing about it is when I was in the NGA, I did a pro qualifier, open pro qualifier. So it would not be cool for me to compete in a novice division because clearly I'm not a novice or anything. Well, JC, it really all depends on marketability as far as to what goods they're actually selling, you know. Now, I do well on my channel, better than some people because I have a website and I also sell products based upon my YouTube. It just really depends on what they do with it. It also has to depend on what type of content you're putting out as well, JC. The content that pays the most is financial stuff and legal stuff. That pays around $10 to $12 per 1,000 views. What I do is comedy, so that only pays about $1.98 per 1,000 views. But good question. If I made my channel solely towards financial stuff, I would be getting $10 to $12 per 1,000 views. And that makes all the difference. Oh, that's nice to hear, Andrew. He knows where he can email me. Well, Johnny, that's why he's trying to peptides. He's at his natural limit. Well, that's what I mean, JC. It depends on how they have their channels set up. Some people don't do live streams, which is okay. There's one channel that I keep track of, and he does spreadsheets. Let me find his name. Hold on just a minute. I'll show you a channel that doesn't have that many viewers, but this guy makes a ton of money. Hold on a minute. I'm going to cut this camera off real quick. Blank this out and right monitor. This guy, Kenji, explains. He has 283,000 subscribers, but he makes a ton of money. The reason being is all of his stuff is financial stuff. I watch his channel because I use spreadsheets a lot, so his information is pretty good. This channel will make more money than a channel that does 2 million just on comedy. Easy. So it just depends on what type of content you're putting out, JC. Well, that guy, it's going to really depend. I may have no choice but to do the open masters. Well, Antonio, what I mean natural limit as a vegan. I should have reworded that. Well, the problem is he isn't taking a break. He's continuously training. And every time he builds some sort of a foundation, he falls off. He needs to take a month off of lifting weights. He needs to take a month off YouTube, go on vacation, and just relax for an entire month. At Verizon, yes, I worked 8 hours a day, 40 hours. But, I had 6 weeks of time off. You need that time off from work. That's necessary. Richard has no downtime whatsoever. He's been doing the same thing for many years with practically no days off. It's not healthy. I like Kenji. Like I said, anyone that the only thing he does is Excel spreadsheets. That's it. And I think he gets around $15 per thousand views, at least $10 to $15. He makes a lot of money because he's in that high bracket of revenue. Is Jasmine transitioning? Well, Richard said she was considering herself binary, so I don't know. It's all a casserole of nonsense to me. I mean, I don't know what's going on down there, in other words. He's not a comedian. I mean, to some people, his content is going to be boring. To someone like me, I need his content. Because spreadsheets are the key to running my business. Without spreadsheets, I can't run my business. Can I get the Telsa? Yes, you absolutely can. I'll try that. You can get any drink. That's a good thing about the Swordfish. You can get any drink that you wish. Any drink. I'm actually going to go. One thing I'm going to do, folks, I'm going to ask and see whether I can actually film in the Swordfish one day whenever they're real quiet or so. Just to show y'all around the place. They may or may not allow me to do a quick filming around the Swordfish, but we'll see. It doesn't hurt to ask, And then y'all get an interior tour of the Swordfish. And then I'm going to show you some other cool places in Greenville, too. I mean, there's other Swordfish-type places in Greenville. Rich Piana's dead, Angel. And there is a such thing as overtraining. Not for Rich Piana. If you're on a bunch of steroids and stuff, your recovery time is just going to be like that. I mean, whenever I was on the heavy steroids, the trend, I could train for hours, rest up for an hour, and I can go train again. That's what steroids do. I don't want to get kicked out, Andrew. The Swordfish means a lot to me. It's one of my favorite places to go. I have the best drinks there, you know. If you're going to drink out, if I'm going to go out and drink, I want the best stuff. They make the best martini ever. Yes, Asheville is in North Carolina. That's where I was born and raised, in Asheville. What the heck? My email is not on. Why did that do that? Oh well. That's kind of odd. But yep, feel free to go ahead and ask some questions. Around 9 o'clock, we're gonna start with checking out some of John Bravo's videos. I think it would be a good idea, Antonio, that Richard goes to a gym. Just get out. He needs to just get out in public. It doesn't matter whether it's a gym or a Turkish bathhouse. He just needs to get out of the gym. Don't invite trolls to be calling up the place. I don't think people don't know my number anyway. Even if they did, I don't care if someone calls me. I've had people call on my business line and leave funny messages. Some really funny stuff there. Big Trips called me on my phone one time. We've not had any storms, but you know, I wish all the best for those folks. That was a really bad tornado they had. Oh, absolutely, Angel. Rich Piana would continue being the biggest fitness influencer if he was still alive. Well, it would be an interior view, and they screen calls, Serratus. I certainly don't want people harassing people up there. You know, that's not mints. That's if you saw my video, if it bends, it's funny. If it breaks, it's not funny. I do both because I'm so busy at work sometimes that I can't get to the gym. So that's why I got my equipment at home to work out on. But normally I go out on Thursday. Smelling salts. I've used smelling salts before whenever I was deadlifting. I did that a couple times. And I did ammonia as well, the little ammonia caps. But smelling salts should really only be used to wake someone up. The ammonia caps, I did notice a strength difference, but not on smelling salts. They didn't do anything. I'm definitely not troll proof. That's for sure. I mean, I can just handle myself there, so. Well, they do have good food, but, you know, they're not a restaurant or anything. It's a drinking bar. The food only accompanies the drink itself, you know. The drink the alcohol is what the Swordfish is all about. It's a cocktail club, a speakeasy. Well, warfare. The stuff that he eats is very fibrous, so it doesn't surprise me that he gets diarrhea. But also, it's an indication that he's not cooking his food properly. For not selling. If you want swordfish, you got to go to Rick Irwin's in. You got to go there in Greenville. But yeah, so swordfish. I mean, the food that they do serve is pretty good. They have a kitchen. But at the end of the day, it's cocktails. I mean, you can have dinner at the Swordfish, but I've only had dinner at the Swordfish one time, and I had chicken wings. They were pretty good. I mean, and I tore those up. But after all, Jay Master said I was bred for eating chicken wings, so why not have chicken wings? So after all, I was bred. Pugman, I'm still looking. The issue I have is those interest rates. They're like 7 and 8%. It's disgusting. So if the first thing I need to do is find the house, and then I got to work out something to where I can get a decent interest rates. That's gonna really be the factor. Is gonna be those interest rates. Because lately I've been getting 7%, and that's not going to fly. But for now, I am going to redo my place, at least part of my living room, because my couch is about 10 years old. My dining room table is just about as old. So I got a lot of old furniture that I need to replace. I had a spring pop out of my couch. But that's what happens when you know. But eventually, I will find a house. Hopefully, the interest rate. The biggest thing is, I hope the interest rates go down, so it allows me to get a home. The U.S. hasn't changed one bit. Well, this would be the worst time to sell it, Antonio, because it is going down. I'll have to wait until it goes back up. So yes, I have noticed that, but it doesn't really matter at this point in time. There's no need for me to touch it. I consider it the same as backup money. But if I sell now, then I know I've lost the money. It'll go back up eventually. Yes, I do have art on the. I have some artwork on the wall. I am gonna put some more up there. Well, Serratus, it's really good to look at homes, at least in my. I mean, because uh, I have a friend that's a realtor, and he always has me show me things. So I do want eventually a bigger place, like 3 or 4 bedrooms, so that way I can have a separate office, then a separate gym area and everything. Yes, I have both Verizon stock and a 401k. So I actually have both. But like I said, I'm definitely not touching it. Because the max you could put in on the 401k at Verizon's 15%, so you have to buy separate stock. Which I got at a discount, so. I'm also not worried about Verizon too much because they went and fired all my coworkers, or at least most of them. At least they got severance packages. Some of them went to the loyalty department. It's just a mess. Now, I'll be honest with you. I've always been in a good position because, I always have multiple sources of income, which is what I tell everyone. But a lot of people that worked at Verizon, that was their only source of income, you know. Once they lost that job, I mean, even with unemployment, it's not going to pay for their house and everything. So some people are going to be losing their homes and stuff. So hopefully they'll be able to pick up. Hey, Protein Bra. Hope you're doing well. I mean, that's why I'm doing 4-hour streams, part of that. Then, of course, Pugman helped me get the cell router to do reviews and everything. So yeah. And then we got people in Europe, on the European continent. They can't stay up that late because of the 10 o'clock and everything. So that's why we're going to do 4-hour live streams from now on. She worked for Bell Atlantic Mobile. Yep, that's where I had my first cell phone service, was through Bell Atlantic Mobile. The funny thing is, at the time before number portability, whenever I disconnected the line, they tried to throw a bunch of fees on me, or at least Verizon did, and I just abandoned the bill. I didn't pay them a damn thing. I was worried that might come back on me when I applied for the job, but, I guess 20 years, I guess they would forget about something like that. Get something with fiber, cement siding. I have a moisture barrier. I'm not sure if you're talking about someone else. But my house is super insulated. I mean, this particular home here, it's built like a house here. It's got 2x4 beams and everything. High rated insulation, moisture barrier under, I'm in good shape. Oh, yes, I'm going to definitely check everything. I would prefer a brick home, honestly, rather than one with siding on it. I just like brick homes. Probably something like mid-century. But the biggest thing is I can't really buy anything until I can at least get a decent interest rate. Interest rates are horrible. That other house I looked at for 160, I would have actually bought that house. But they gave me like an 8% interest rate, and I'm like, no, not gonna do that. Oh, I mean, a big purchase like that, you gotta take your time on that. The Netherlands, I would miss the U.S., I was born and raised in America. But I may visit there all the same. Yeah, Pug Man. They're all high interest rates. I just don't know what's going on. They used to be a lot better. One thing is for sure, if I find that right house, I'm not going to really care what kind of interest rate it is. But the houses I've turned out so far, I would, they're good houses, but it's not something to where I would want to stick the interest rate on. Not only that, there was a couple of other things. The White House was brand new; it was move-in ready, and that was 160. But it was in Piedmont, and the area surrounding it was kind of weird. It sort of slopes and everything. Oh yeah, that is true, I guess. But we'll play it out and see, honestly. For now, what I'm going to do is I definitely need to get my living room fixed up. It's pretty bad, folks. Well, it's not bad. I keep everything clean because I'm like a sort of clean freak, and when it comes to things. The only problem is that my furniture is old now, so it needs to be replaced. Yeah, I've seen houses in the Netherlands. They're really nice. Antonio, I'd probably either sell or rent it out. I don't think anyone's going to buy a house for me, Greg, but I wouldn't want someone doing that for me anyway. That would be way too much. All right, folks, we got 30 minutes of questions, and then we're going to start doing the review. I'm going to light the cigar up, and then afterwards, we'll do more questions. I'll try to answer questions during the video reviews and stuff, so no worries. You have insulation dust. Oh. That's definitely not good. Any way of fixing that or so? Or I don't know how you would fix insulation dust. That can be pretty irritating. Would I ever move out of state? If I was going to move out of state, it would be to North Carolina. I like the Carolinas, and I like the South, so there's not many places that I would really move. I would definitely not move to Alabama or Mississippi. I would probably move to Georgia or Florida, or even Tennessee. I would be weary on Tennessee. But two states that would be definitely out of the question would be Mississippi and Alabama. I would never move to those places. But good question. Some states I don't want to go to. Definitely not West Virginia neither. Arkansas would be okay. Not, Kentucky, they got, Kentucky Fried Chicken, and stuff. Virginia I would move to because I lived in Seaboard, which is like a few miles away from Virginia anyway. So, but if I move out of state, it's still going to be in the South. I'm not going to move up north. It's very sticky and picks up. Ooh. I'd probably try to find someone that can fix that. Oh yes, walking definitely is an exercise as well as power walking. Steve Reeves actually wrote a book on power walking. Uh, Pugman, I've been to Tennessee a bunch of times. Usually I go to Pigeon Forge in Gatlinburg. They have a Bose outlet, and of course they got Dollywood, and Dollywood are big titties and stuff. And I'll go to, well, it's now called the Stampede instead of the Dixie Stampede. But yeah, I love Gatlinburg. But usually when I go to Tennessee, I go there. Probably wouldn't move to Utah. That's Mormon territory for the most part. So I don't think I would be a good fit in Utah. I got you, St. Pete. I mean, like I said, I'm from Asheville, but I wanted much warmer weather, and I wanted better jobs away from the liberalism of Asheville. So, who's more attractive? Well, probably Brad. Blaha is ugly, but I wouldn't date either one of them. I've never been to Detroit before. Well, I don't smoke cigarettes or anything. The only thing I could probably think of is any type of unfiltered cigarette would probably give you the highest nicotine level. So it wouldn't be so much as brand. I would say an unfiltered cigarette like Lucky Strikes would have the highest nicotine per content. And that's simply because it's unfiltered. Good question, though. But folks, stay away from cigarettes. They got a lot of chemicals in them. I mean, cigars are not healthy neither or anything. They're very relaxing, but they're not healthy neither. But cigarettes are a lot worse. Got to pick your poison in life. Die of a heart attack or die of lung cancer, possibly, in many years or so. That's some good Folgers, folks. Smoking cannabis once a week, I don't want to really give advice on doing drugs or anything like that. And I've never been a big fan of marijuana, but I understand some doctors think it's of good medical benefits. So the best way to answer that is you're going to have to decide for yourself. It's going to be based on how you feel about it. If you find yourself smoking it every day, then it's definitely not going to be good. Once a week, I don't think that's too bad. Well, I do, Pug Man. The biggest thing is stress. As far as I'm concerned. I mean, I've cut down on cigars. Like I said, I was doing like 3 or 4 when I was working at Verizon, and now I'm like down to 1 or 2 little tiny ones. So it's not really a factor too much anymore. But I've I've weighed out the risk and everything, Pugman. I think for me, it's going to be a lot better than keeling over on a heart attack because stress is the number one killer out there. So, but of course, if the thing about it is, if I do decide to compete, then I'll just cut out cigars altogether. I wouldn't. It's not going to be possible for me to smoke cigars and train for a bodybuilding show. It's not compatible. But yeah, I do care about that, you know. But I mean, at the same time, and this is what I base it upon, because my grandfather and my dad, they smoked cigarettes and they dipped tobacco. I mean, my granddad, he dipped tobacco and he had tobacco in his mouth and he was smoking at the same time. And he would go through a pack a day, lived to be 90. So never had any type of cancers or anything. Just died of old age. So I think my chances are pretty good. But like I said before, if I start deciding to compete, then the cigars are going to go. Possibly, Pugman. Well, in life, Pugman, anything can happen. So I wouldn't say I'm actually immune to it. But the thing about it is, if I ever find, I still go to a doctor 2 to 3 times a year to make sure everything is working. So, but the reason why I started smoking cigars is because of the stress I had at Verizon. Verizon's a very stressful job at working in customer relations. That's why I did cigars, because I can either smoke cigars. I didn't want to go and take a bunch of. You see how Richard is, how he's popping all the pills and stuff like that. I didn't want to be in that type of position, so this does the trick. As well as this, just in moderation. But I've not had any alcohol, and I didn't drink last night. I didn't drink the other night. The last time I actually drunk was Tuesday. I've definitely cut down on that. The only time I actually have anything is on my live streams, and that's it. Well, I was in customer relations. There was a lot of activities I had to do. Uh, they're not going to pay you that much money if you're not working. Teaching courses, taking care of escalated calls, taking managerial calls. Reports I had to write and everything. Just a lot of stuff. Uh, but when you're working for a company like that, it has a high turnover rate for that reason. But that's generally the case with any corporate job. Corporate jobs are always going to be stressful. All they want is results, 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 results. We need this now. We need to have this goal now. We got to do this now. No, we should have had this stuff done yesterday. It was like a dumpster fire every day. Talking to Peep. Don't understand, Pug Man. Oh, you'll have to be more specific, brother. By the way, I do see the Buffalo coin in your picture there. So, but yeah, the biggest thing is it's a corporate job. When you have a corporate jobs are stressful. I mean, the good thing is that I have Verizon on my resume, so I can practically work anywhere. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Gotcha. 10-4. But it's coming on to a year since I worked at Verizon, and that was actually one of the reasons why I haven't gotten another corporate job. Because I've cut down on cigars, definitely cut down on drinking and everything. So fast food and other things. So I like where I'm at now. But yeah, without the stress, there's no need for me to pop down for 3 or 4 cigars. And I was smoking a lot of cigars, and drinking a whole bunch, more than I should have. Hey, exposing veganism, how you doing there? There was a global finance company that offered me a job, Pugman, but I didn't take it. It was a collections place. I mean, if something happens, I'll take it. I mean, my businesses are doing pretty well, actually. So I'm just going to see where that actually leads, to be honest with you. I just don't want to put myself in a position where I'm super stressed and I go back to, things as normal. I bought a Lego Star Destroyer on credit when I was drunk. Well, go ahead and put it together. Absolutely not, Quick Pump. I hate airplanes. I hate being on airplanes, so I would never take a flight attendant job or sky marshal. I don't like getting on planes. I only get on a plane if it's necessary. If I could take a Greyhound bus, I'll take a Greyhound bus, but I hate airplanes. When it comes to me getting on an airplane, I feel as though I don't have any control over it. With a bus, I mean, I'm on the ground. I feel a lot better, if that makes any sense. Yeah, Joel. Hey, what's up, Joel? Yes, he got his channel taken down. He said it was because of the vegan booty content, but someone had to have reported him. Well, Quick Pump, I would try not to fly anything. I don't want to fly anything. Well, he's not exactly new, Pugman. He's been around. I've noticed he's been around for a couple of months. And he takes Veganism Exposes content and he posts it on his channel. He actually makes it wider to where it covers up the Veganism Exposed logo on it. So I don't know what the deal is, but he's been around a couple months here. Yeah, I also hate driving over bridges too. Yeah, that's gonna happen. That's the thing about channels there. But I had mentioned it to you that it can draw out a bunch of things. You got to be really careful in the content that you put out. If you guys remember, I took down the last live stream because it had stuff up there that could possibly get me a strike, and I had to edit out that section. Can I taste test KSI's and Logan Paul's new drink Prime? Sure. I'll have to find out where I could buy that. I think I've heard a little bit about it, but yeah, I'll taste test it. Yeah, I'm not sure why. I guess he's trying to get on the boat, I guess. So the thing is, you can't, there's not really much you can do about it because you can't go and neither one of you have any real claims to the vegan gain stuff there. So just keeping it real with you. Hopefully you can get your channel restored, and start getting some of that YouTube revenue. I hate having for you to start over again. But if you're not able to get your channel lifted, because you've already had those previous subscribers, I'm sure you'll get those back quick. But just be careful as far as what type of content you put up, essentially. It's at Walmart. Ew. Let's take a look and see. Is it like an energy drink or something? Sorry about that. That was a little porn, so I'm joking. That was actually a police stop. Prime energy drink. Yep, Walmart. Yeah, I'll try it out. Am I boycotting any of the Pride stuff? If anyone knows me, I don't do Pride months. I don't do Black History Month. If you go into my house, I don't keep any rainbow stuff around, I have a Confederate flag back there, but that was for a video I did. That's something that I don't do. Celebrating Black History Month or Pride Month is for cookie cutters. Why? I know I'm gay, I know I enjoy the company of men. I don't need to celebrate the fact that I fuck men in the ass, I don't need to broadcast that shit neither, What I do in my bedroom is my business. Nobody else wants to hear what I do in my bed, Now, I'll do it on this live stream for minutes, but I'm not going to go record myself, someone screaming about, things and everything. But I don't do Pride Month. I don't do Black History Month or anything. So, as far as Target is concerned, I've not even been in Target I've not bought anything in Target for at least a year and a half. The only time I'll go there is for linen. They got good sales on bed sheets. But I heard they got some swimwear with tuck flaps in them. I think that's kind of inappropriate to sell something like that. That's just my opinion. I think something like that, the pride flags, I got no dog in that type of fight and everything like that. Tuck flaps, on the other hand, that's kind of weird. Things like that generally should be sold only on the online store, because Target has an online store, but I can almost guarantee, in my opinion, that it's a regional thing. that if you go to, I know good and well, I can tell you right now, there's no pride. I can guarantee that there's probably not any pride stuff at the Target where I live, because this is a very conservative part of the country. And I know there's definitely no tuck flaps. You have to understand, clothing like that is going to be regional. Pride flags are going to be regional. But I can tell you right now, the Target around here is not going to probably carry any of that stuff. Greenville's a very conservative city, so chances are they would run afoul of a lot of things. So I think that was more of a regional type thing, but good question. No rainbow shirts, Bugman. The only types of shirts I'll wear is anime shirts. But anything else is going to be things like Brooks Brothers or Men's Warehouse or Joseph A. Banks. I don't do fast fashion, but I do like anime shirts are going to be the only thing I do. But I don't wear Pride gear or anything like that. No Pride bracelets or anything like that. I've always been a plain person, you know. I know who I am. I'm proud to be black and everything else, you know. I don't need a freaking holiday to celebrate myself, you know. Like I said, I think things like Black History Month and Pride Month, I think those are for cookie cutters. You know. I mean, there should not be a month set aside. You should be learning your heritage and your history every single day. What about other people's heritages, you know? Don't they get a month or so? Seriously, you know, nobody else gets a month other, you know. Gee, I've not even been in a GNC in like 5 or 6 years. But I'll try it up here. Well, I don't really have to advertise, you know. Some of those guys love that dark meat and everything, so asparagus before a golden shower. All right, I'm going to go take a leak, and then we're going to start reviewing some videos, okay? Be right back. All right, folks. Time to review some videos. But before we do that, gotta light it up. All right, let's do. Let's get that clear and. Nope, lighter. Let's get it lit up, baby. Well, it's just tacky, the Pride merchandise or the Black History merchandise. It's just tacky. I'll be right back. Jesus Christ. I guess you didn't hear the nigger ice cream video that I did last year, but no, I don't celebrate Juneteenth neither. All of these things are for cookie cutters, folks. Well, my bathroom's right next door to me. Plus, I run back and forth, so. All right, folks, let's start with. We're going to go ahead and review John Bravo's video that he had. No, we can do that. We got plenty of time. No, I haven't seen that yet, Joel. Like I said, we got plenty of time so we can review that. So let's begin.
Accused of a woman at NBA Finals game. He denies allegations. So this is at the NBA Finals.
Another great commercial from Iron Fag Labs.
Conor McGregor has made headlines so many times recently, but they haven't been for the reasons that he wants them to be, or any of us would want to see somebody be in headlines for. And there's a new allegation that is out, and I'm going to start off by saying this allegation. I read the article briefly prior to recording this video, and I'm going to say that, you know, it's very disturbing. The details of what he's being accused of is very graphic, so a warning ahead of time. We're going to read this article together. I'm going to give you guys my thoughts and a statement that I want to make after I'm done reading. Conor McGregor, accused of a woman at NBA Finals game. He denies allegations. So this is at the NBA Finals. Conor McGregor has been accused of blank a woman at Game 4 of the NBA Finals earlier this month, but the UFC star says that
Accused. It's okay to say that word. YouTube isn't going to banish you for it. They're not going to take your revenue away for saying that word. It's only when you put it in the title.
Allegations are not true. According to the demand letters authored by attorney Ariel Mitchell that were sent to McGregor at the NBA and Miami Heat this week, the incident happened just after the Nuggets had won. McGregor played a big part in the entertainment at the game. He sat in courtside seats and even participated in a halftime skit where he punched a Heat mascot multiple times while promoting his sport recovery spray, which obviously we've seen. But according to the letters obtained by TMZ Sports, at one point later on during the evening, he violently sexually assaulted a woman inside of a men's bathroom. This is where it gets bad. In the letters, Mitchell claims the NBA and Heat security helped separate the woman from her friend and then forced her into a restroom that McGregor and a security guard were already inside of. So this is saying that McGregor...
First off, not knowing about the allegations is very reckless for Conor to actually do something as public as that, especially bring a woman into the bathroom. And given the fact that that this was reported so quickly is one thing, but this is an example of Connor's reckless behavior, regardless as to whether he did anything or not. It's kind of stupid to do something like that. Very dumb.
And his security guard were already inside this bathroom and she was pushed into it. Very strange how this could happen, and there's obviously not witnesses that had seen this. In the letters, Mitchell says security refused to let the woman exit or allow anyone else, including her friend, inside the bathroom. The lawyer then claims McGregor emerged from inside of the handicapped stall and shoved his tongue in the victim's mouth and aggressively kissed her. Let me tell you, this story sounds so unbelievable that if it is true, it's crazy. Because they're basically saying he was in a bathroom stall while his guards were inside and outside, waiting for a woman to come in, for him to come out and stick his tongue down her mouth. This is crazy. According to the letters, the woman was able to get McGregor off of her by telling him she had to urinate, but then McGregor allegedly forced her to have oral blank with him. McGregor, 34, is then accused of grabbing the woman and pinning her against the wall before attempting to sodomize her.
Oh my God. I guarantee that she was probably drunk. Yes, Pugman, it is possible it could be the effects of CTE, but even with that, there's still no excuse because Connor should know right from wrong.
Mitchell says in the letters the woman was able to elbow McGregor repeatedly, which gave her a window to escape. However, she allegedly fled in such a hurry she left her purse, which Mitchell says McGregor's security guards held hostage until she pleaded with them for its return. According to the letters, the woman finally got away from it all and went on to report the assault to local authorities on Sunday morning. Mitchell tells us an officer then encouraged the woman to seek out an attorney. In the letters, which were sent following the woman's meeting with the cops, Mitchell said the woman is seeking settlements with the NBA, the Heat, and McGregor in lieu of litigation. See, that's the part that makes me think. I mean, she's looking for settlements instead of pursuing this with the...
Well, she's already filled out the report with the cops, But given the way things are and how much money Connor actually has, it's going to be very hard for her to actually prove it, Things like that have to be proved within...
Conor McGregor deserves due process and the right to face his accuser. I want more details.
James Wade with a $3 donation. I fully agree with you on that. Here's the thing about Connor's behavior. Connor's behavior has been pretty reckless. If you guys remember, he went and threw that... he threw that... what is it? Wheel truck through a bus. He also slapped some old man at a bar. He's done a lot of reckless things. But the thing is, she's already filled out a police report for assault. And the cop encouraged her to contact an attorney. So the first thing an attorney is going to do, obviously, is going to try to settle for litigation, That's what all attorneys do. Along with filing charges, they're going to always settle for... They're always going to do the litigation, so that's normal.
The authorities? That's the part I don't get. Reps for McGregor, however, said in a statement Thursday morning that allegations are false. Mr. McGregor will not be intimidated, they added. The Heat released a statement...
Intimidated. All of this is on video. If the cameras show that she's being shoved in a bathroom, then there's going to be some validity to it, Even without the rape or anything, her being pushed into a bathroom, that's at the very least simple assault. This is not looking good for Connor, I'm going to be honest with you. for two reasons. Number one, she got forced in the bathroom. That doesn't appear to be deniable.
How is vegan games tonight?
James with another $3 donation. I don't know if he's streaming tonight. Let's take a look and see. Is Richard streaming tonight? He's not streaming tonight, so I'm not for sure. He may be streaming later. Oh, by the way, what's up, Lamar? There's just two things that look bad about it. She reported it immediately after it happened. You know, it's not one of those Bill Cosby accusers to where it's being reported like 50 or 60 years afterwards. And also, it's on tape that apparently she is being forced into the bathroom, or walked in. But I'm thinking that she's probably drunk or anything. That's going to be my best guess.
Thursday afternoon, saying the organization is aware of allegations and is conducting a full investigation into the matter. The NBA added in a statement of its own, "We are aware of the allegations and are working with the team to gather more information." The UFC also addressed the alleged incident, saying it too is aware of the claims and is working on getting more information. So,
I don't know why these teams put out this information. They're not going to go get more information. Getting more information is the responsibility of the officers. The only thing they're going to do is cover their ass.
As I was saying earlier, this is a very graphic story. My whole thing with this is this. This is the NBA Finals. There's literally thousands of people all over the place. So if this did happen, because right now they're accusations, right? Somebody would have had to seen something. So I don't think, if this did happen, Conor would get away with it. And again, he's been accused of a lot of things lately. But this one happens to be in the United States and supposedly at the NBA Finals. So I think if this did happen, there's got to be more information. There's got to be someone who saw something, because this is a crazy story. Obviously, we know of his recent troubles with alcohol and partying and all the other things that he's involved with. But, this whole thing...
Well, it doesn't matter if something's public or not. Conor has a big head and he thinks he's a superstar, so it's not going to really... If he did do it or so forth, it's not going to really matter what environment, He has that type of untouchable mentality, I mean, if I went through a hand truck through a bus, they would have thrown my black ass in a jail, and I would have been sitting in there for about a month at least, Celebrities have the power to get away with things, but this one's not looking good.
Thing, Conor's name is just, it's getting worse by the day. The guy hasn't fought. What has he won? One fight in the last 7 years? And all these crazy stories keep on coming out. Not saying this story is true. We're going to find out, but it's sad because, man, I remember the first fight that he won by knockout in the UFC. The first thing he was so excited about was his knockout bonus. I think it was $60,000. And, it's scary because he came from nothing. And when you see people that come from nothing, they don't know how to deal with fame, money like him, it changed.
Bravo is exactly right about that. When you have a lot of money, you don't appreciate it. You think that nothing can happen to you no matter what you do,
Is partying, drugs, all these things, play a role. And I guess we're going to find out what happens with this, but if this, if this did happen, and if it is true, all the money in the world, it's not going to matter because look what you just did to your life.
Yeah, Conor really, let's take away the rape part of this, folks. If he went and walked the lady or took a lady into the bathroom and security covered up, even that in itself, especially given the fact that she was probably inebriated, possibly, that's not going to be good either way. But I'm going to play the next one.
That's the accuser. Her face is blurred, and you see more security right in front.
That's her.
And he's holding her hand. If you look in the bottom, he's holding her hand.
Yeah, Connor's got a hold of her hand and they're going into the bathroom.
Guiding her into the bathroom. Look at that. And then behind them, the security guard is there.
Lamar, he may not get off. There may be a settlement, but she's already filed charges, so regardless as to whether there's a settlement, unless she doesn't cooperate or so. Don't forget that Kobe Bryant had that rape allegation too, and that thing was settled, and she didn't cooperate, so we'll see. And folks, I want to make this very clear to you folks. Trying to get litigation for a lawsuit or anything like that, there's nothing really, I don't find that as an issue.
Just watching his facial expressions and his arm movements, I tend to believe him. That said, he needs to develop introspection and situational awareness. Fortunately, I would need to have access to certain powers to create.
James with a $10 donation. I fully agree with you, but facial expressions, they don't mean anything, but he does need to develop introspection and situational awareness. Just the party in itself, I just see two drunk people, Connor's drunk. The lady, even though it's blurred out, she's probably drunk too. But folks, there's nothing wrong with civil litigation because, a lot of times it's going to be very difficult for the authorities to prove that, she was raped and everything, because Connor's going to have the best lawyers, and you have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, That's going to be hard to do if there's no footage in the bathroom. But yeah, Lamar, chances are he's probably going to get off. That's why we have this civil litigation thing.
When I made the video yesterday on the Conor McGregor situation in the NBA Finals with the accuser, I said the story was so unbelievable, there's no way it could have been true. But I didn't know that the situation didn't happen at the NBA Finals game in the bathrooms. That's why I was like, there's no way it happened, right? I didn't know it was at a club, which changes everything. So,
Pugman, this is my first drink in 3 days, or actually 4 days, because I didn't go out.
Was the woman entering a men's bathroom?
James, yes, she was entering in the bathroom, so, and Connor had her hand. It doesn't look like she was being pushed in. She looks like, I guess I can consider dragged or being walked in or so forth. But again, thanks for the donation. But yeah, Pugman, my last drink was on Earl Grey Tuesday. But in comparison to when I was working at Verizon, it's definitely a lot less. Plus, I have very little in here. I probably won't even finish this, if anything, tonight. But of course, if I start competing again, there's going to be no alcohol and no cigars or anything.
There must have been an after party. They all went to a club after. And like situations like this, anyone who's been involved with going to clubs, party, knows crazy things can happen. And TMZ just released a video this morning, of footage of Connor going in and Connor going out. We're going to watch it together. I'm going to pause it if I find anything here so I can explain it. All right, we have Connor coming out of the bathroom. You can see the security over there in the back. That's the accuser. Her face is blurred, and you see more security right in front of him. And he's holding her hand. If you look in the bottom, he's holding her hand, guiding her into the bathroom. Look at that. And then behind them, the security guard is there. One guy's in the bathroom, closes the door on him. And we have another shot here. I think it's the same scene, but a different angle. So let's look at this again. So there's the victim. He's got her hand.
Shouldn't call her a victim yet there, John. It's not been proven that she's a victim as of yet. As with any standing is concerned as someone that's worked in law enforcement, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. So you can't really consider her a victim yet. But it doesn't look good, I'll tell you that.
And he's guiding her to the bathroom. This is crazy. And if you look into the bathroom, it's in a club. This is probably a private bathroom. Look, and it says handicapped. It's a handicapped bathroom. So of course it's going to be only a couple people.
Lamar, someone that's a groupie, just because someone's a groupie or fan of someone doesn't give them the right for that person to rape them, if that happened or so forth. So the groupie section is, I don't think it's viable as far as the situation is concerned.
In there can fit. So look, the security guard closing the door on them inside. Man, this doesn't look good. And I gotta tell you, man, this reminds me, the first thing that comes to my mind is the Tyson situation in the 90s. Tyson was on top of the world back then. And he went to prison for this same exact thing. Except back then, it was her word against his. There was no cameras, there was nothing.
Tyson was convicted because he had a financial attorney defending him. As well as, the jury was prejudiced by Tyson's general demeanor and behavior. People believe that Tyson did do it, but here's the problem. I don't think Tyson ever raped that woman. I think she had relations. She went back to his hotel. They screwed, obviously. And then she got into a limousine by Tyson and left.
Never developed a taste for either alcohol or smoking at certain advantages to being a teetotaler. You were a police officer.
James, there's not a taste really for alcohol or smoking. These are things I consider as social activities itself. You just have to find the right cigar and the right alcohol. The advantages of being a teeter-totter, you would definitely have less stress whenever you're drinking. And that's actually good for the heart. I think they did a study in France about the benefits of red wine as well. But at the same time, the biggest things you got to watch out for is if you're drinking alone and you're overdoing it. If I went and polished down this entire bottle, then I got a problem. This bottle here, if you notice, I've had this bottle for about 4 or 5 months. So as you could tell, and I used to, when I worked at Verizon, I would go through this in about 30 days. So it's a big difference here in things. But again, thanks for the donation.
Now, and I'm not comparing Conor McGregor to Mike Tyson, but Conor McGregor could have been one of the greatest fighters if he could have stuck to what he was supposed to be doing instead of taking his life to this route over the past 7 years. He's won 1 fight in the past 7 years, and it's sad. To me, I see situations like this, and it's sad. I don't want to see people destroy their lives like this. Drugs, alcohol, partying. Money goes to their head, and this is the result. And, it's hard for me I'm changing my tone, because the reason why I'm changing my tone is that's not a good situation regardless. You're not supposed to be in a club, grabbing a girl's hand, put her in the bathroom, because even if he didn't do what she said he did, something went on in that bathroom where there's enough evidence to screw him, because
Yes, usually I'll have a gin and tonic, or I can take the rum and put it into my coffee, but I don't want to do that, because if I put it in my coffee, then that means I'm going to have to drink all of this, That's why I separated it out. I probably won't hardly touch this anyway. So, like I said, when I say I've really cut down, I mean it there. So,
When she goes to the doctors and they check her after, if they find some type of DNA evidence on her, it doesn't matter if he did it or if he didn't, the way they're saying it, even if there's no witnesses, it doesn't matter. Because it's going to be really hard to get out of what has just happened. And this is an unbelievable situation. And I'm changing my tune from the first video because it sounded so unbelievable it couldn't be true. But watching this changes everything.
So, here's the thing, folks. That doesn't look good at all. You know, it doesn't. Regardless as though whether that happened or not, the fact that Connor's taking her in there is not going to be good. But what's going to happen is there's going to be a settlement. Because there's no way, even if he did do it, Connor's going to have the best lawyers. And it's got to be proven without a reasonable doubt. So it's going to be very hard for her to win the case. That's why that police officer encouraged her to go get an attorney, you know. Because that police officer, and even I would have recommended it if I was in the position itself. Because she's not, I don't think that Connor's going to be convicted, you know. It's just not going to happen. Even if he did it. But that doesn't look good. One thing is for sure, his reputation is going to be dirt. There's going to be other women that's going to be coming forward now. There's going to be 4 or 5 women. I almost guarantee. You heard it today from the great one. There's going to be more women other than this that's going to be coming forward. He's not going to go to prison, Athens. He has too much money, but he's going to end up doing a settlement. That always happens. It's going to be a settlement. All right, let's go ahead and review another video. Someone wanted me to see Norm McDonald homosexuality. Don't see that at all. All right, folks, what should I watch next here? It doesn't look like Richard's on right now, so... Oh, those are my videos. It won't even go to trial, Athens. There'll be a settlement, but more women are going to come forward. That I can definitely assure you of that. More women are going to come forward because it seems like that something similar like this happened. Once one person comes forward, folks, that lets in the floodgates, you know. That's going to be the floodgates. Let's see. I'm looking for it. Last thing I remember was Norm McDonald's opinion about it was that that gay people are just like me and you and stuff. So, well, if it's from Saturday Night Live, I can't play it. So, let's see where this is from. Yeah, I can play that. Hold on.
Norm told, what the fuck was that joke about the gay pride?
Oh, I know it if you want to
It's
hear it.
so fucking funny. And he tells it, and it's fucking hilarious, but you can't say that.
Well, it's on his list, an album.
Yeah, I think he told it live on a show, though.
Oh, wait a minute. I know which one.
I was like in stand
That's the one with Dennis Miller.
up. I'll do jokes that are like one time I was doing this thing in San Francisco and they were all gay people in the audience. They told me, so I figured out.
In San Francisco?
Yeah.
No.
So I figured I'd do stuff about gay people so that they could relate to.
Yeah, it's warm up. They love that.
And so I was talking about because I went to this gay pride parade. And I saw in it there were these old men and old ladies like with these signs that said, "We are proud of our gay son," you know. And so I was saying that's an odd thing to be proud of, you know, because it's not an achievement, you know. It's not like something you work all your life to be gay or anything like that. And I just wondered. I had a hard time believing that these 50, 60-year-old men are actually bragging, you know, at work like they're, "Hey, Bill, you know, my kid. Oh my God, we're proud of him, Johnny." He graduated from
Athens, I'm aware of that, but that's Ireland. In the United States, everybody wants money, you know, so.
Harvard, you know, a first in his class, you know what I mean? Now he's articling over at a law firm, and, oh yeah, he loves cock. This kid. He can't get enough cock in his mouth, his ass, his kid's always cock. I got a picture of the boy here sucking another man's cock. I want to show it to you.
Yeah, I remember that was, I think that's before a lot of people's time. I was a kid when I got that.
So watch the maturation of you as an artist to realize it took you 9.5 minutes to get around to the second cock stop. It's beautiful to see you comfortable in your own skin, Marty. All right. The Norm Show, 9:30. What night? Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday.
ABC. Good luck with it. Norm McDonald. Stick around. Norm, do the news. Norm McDonald.
I was like,
All right. Watch The Canadian Teacher. Or you mean Vegan Teacher? Oh yeah, we're going to review that. The Canadian Teacher. What the hell? You're joking, right? Is this really it?
This is a video captured by a student at Oakville Trafalgar High School showing a teacher instructing the class on how to use a saw. The teacher has been documented on several occasions with what people describe as very large prosthetic breasts with protruding nipples that are...
This is highly inappropriate, by the way. But this is why I live in the U.S. Not even the most liberal city in the United States would even allow or accept that.
clearly seen through form-fitting clothes. The teacher's appearance has been the subject of reports from the New York Post and network news in the States. Students tell CHCH that this is a constant topic in class.
The entire school. Like, every single class that I'm in, the teacher is, like, the topic. Like, she...
We'll watch it in a minute there, Joel. I'll locate it. Let me just check this one out.
It's... Yeah, like... And obviously the teachers have no say over it.
It's just... I'll be walking in the hallways and I'll see her walking around. It's kind of discomforting to be in a school environment with that.
The Halton District School Board says they're not taking any action against the teacher, saying they want to create a safe learning environment and, quote, ensure a safe and inclusive environment for all students, staff, and the community.
Why have I not heard of this? This is ridiculous.
Regardless of their race, age, ability, sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, religion, cultural observance, socioeconomic circumstances, or body type or size. Adding that quote, gender identity and gender expression are protected grounds under the Ontario Human Rights Code. A statement the students say contradicts the school's own dress code that they have to follow.
It's ridiculous.
Why?
I think it violates the dress code completely, and it's completely inappropriate.
The thing is, in the dress code for HDSB, like, it says you need to wear opaque clothing. There are pictures even of the teacher where you can completely see her nipples, even the color of, like, you can see the color, you can see the shape. It's ridiculous. And it's very distracting for students.
It's not, like, a good thing for, like, 13-year-old, 14-year-old kids to look at and stuff, so.
I think teachers should.
It's kind of sad that the students are actually the responsible people, you know. You're exactly right. This is ridiculous. Rip both him and Dennis. I love those guys growing up.
Have to wear a business casual outfit. Be presentable and
I'm gonna
professional in the workplace.
I'm gonna show one more clip of Norm Macdonald, a very famous one, but I'm gonna do Joel's video after this. Because there's a really good Norm Macdonald video that I need to show you guys. I just remembered. Pride Muslim student. Sorry, it's natural for me to type the word muscle. I think this is it here.
Well, I'll tell you, you were out to lunch. If you think it's acceptable to not show up because you think if there's some pride activities going on at school, right? Oh, that's fine. You know, because I'm going to show my opinion by hanging out at the mall. But meanwhile, all those kids who are, you know, involved in Save the Street Alliance or whatever, I don't even know if we have that anymore in our school. They're here when we did Ramadan for Lion Time, and they're showing respect in the class for your religion, right? For your beliefs. It goes two ways. If you want to be respected for who you are, if you don't want to suffer prejudice for your religion, your color of skin, your whatever, then you've got to give it back to people who are different from you. That's how it works. It's an exchange. And it isn't like that in all countries.
No, that's not how it works. But let's finish this up.
As I told you, in Uganda, literally, if they think you're gay, they will execute you. If you believe that kind of thing, then you don't belong here. Because that is not what Canada believes. We believe in freedom. We believe that people can marry whomever they want. That is in the law. And if you don't think that should be the law, you can't be Canadian. You don't belong here, and I mean it. I really mean it. And it's not a joke, Mansour. I said back and forth. You want it, you gotta give it. It just makes me angry. Sorry, I'm really working.
This is a perfect example of wokeism here, folks. This is wokeism. That teacher has no right to talk to that Muslim student there, you know. Like that. You know, that's something that his family, you know. Basically, she's discriminating against him for being Muslim, you know. Simple, you know. Everyone is raised different, and she's basically violating his right to religion there, you know. And the most harmful type of thing like that is that she's really not showing respect for someone being a Muslim, plain and simple, you know. It's ridiculous. That's wokeism, folks. As far as skipping pride events are concerned, you have a right to go wherever you want to go, you know. I don't go to pride events here, you know. I prefer donating and I prefer doing other actions and everything like that. But I do it in a very professional and, most importantly, discreet manner, you know. You're not going to catch me at a parade because, you know, some of the stuff that actually goes on at those parades is highly unacceptable. I think Conservative Cuban actually showed something, but I'll play that also in a minute. But, yeah, she's an idiot. Let's go back to some classic Norm McDonald. Check this out, folks. That's wokeism. That's what makes part of my job a lot harder. Not that one. Hold on a minute. Maybe that was somebody else. I'll find it in just a minute. I think it was with that guy from the Man Show. Who was it? The Man Show. That's what it is. It's somebody else. Adam Corolla, that's who. Hang tight, you're gonna like this. I thought it was Norm, but here it is. This is good mint.
Lisa Lampanelli in studio. Great to see you. You too, babe. Ann Coulter, who was supposed to be on the show about an hour and a half ago, is now on the phone as well. Ann?
Hello.
Hi, Ann. You're late, baby doll.
Somebody gave me the wrong number.
How did you get the right number? Just dialed randomly, eventually got through our show?
No, my publicist emailed it to me, I guess, after checking with you. But I am really tight on time right now because I already had it.
All right, well, get lost.
Oh, my God.
Just hang up on Ann
Yes. Listen, you bitch. Don't call in an hour and a half late and tell me you're tight on time. Of course you're tight on time. You're an hour and a half goddamn late calling in a radio show. Just take your crappy book and go pitch it to your stupid cable outlets.
I like Adam Corolla. Yeah, Norm MacDonald was one of a kind, you know. You're not going to find people like that anymore in this day and age. People are not funny anymore. I mean, comedians are being discriminated against. Even me, you know. It's hard being a comedian in this day and age because of stuff like this, you know. If you get rid of the gift of laughter, laughter is an artwork. Being a comedian is artwork, you know, in my opinion. You get rid of that, you get rid of the laughter in the world, and it's gray, you know. I'm going to blank this out for a minute. I got to find the Cuban video. Hang tight, folks. Guess I'll have to go to Instagram. Yeah, being a comedian is a dying art. It really is. Kind of sad at this point in time to where we have to deal with things like that. I know Conservative Cuban published it, so let's... And yes, I'm subscribed to his channel, so I should be able to find it. No, that's not it. A lot of garbage on. Well, Richard's my cousin. I don't hate him. I just worry about his activities and stuff. Hang tight, folks. Y'all can ask questions. Don't forget, y'all can still ask questions here while I'm scrolling for this stuff. I got it. All right, folks. You guys wonder why I don't go to too many pride parades, right? This is one of them. Wrong! Let's play it again. All right, we've had enough of that. Folks, you're in an outside environment on a parade, and you got this going on. This is highly inappropriate. No, that's not me. That is not me, folks. There's nothing inherently, that's something that should be saved for the bedroom. At no point in time should this ever be broadcast outside. You got kids out there, out in a type of public environment. The people walking, but this, this is what makes it hard, hard for any type of civil rights here, This is what makes my job harder, In other words, when you got embarrassments like this screwing up everything, no different than the Rose Montoya deal, to where she decided to go and flash her tits at the White House. With everything going on, this is like gas on a fire, in other words, It's like gas on a fire. This is just inappropriate behavior, All right, folks, give me some other stuff to watch other than this. Oh, wait a minute. There was a vegan teacher thing I wanted to watch. I've only been to one Pride parade. That was a long time ago, and they definitely didn't do stuff like this. Ever. And I mean ever. Yep, this is the one with Andrew Tate. Yep, Serratus, we'll do that one in a minute. If any of y'all want me to review any other videos, that's cool too.
Hello, students. Welcome to class.
By the way, in case you don't know, vegan teacher is a dried up calcium deposit that is very annoying. So, just be prepared.
I'm Miss Katie, that vegan teacher. It's time to sit up straight and pay attention. Today we're going to be talking about Andrew Tate, why he's a wimp and too mentally weak.
Where did she get that picture from? That's a pretty old one.
To be vegan. Not like you. You're tougher than him. Drink soy milk, oat milk, rice milk, almond milk. Don't steal milk from a cow. Be vegan, start right now. Follow that vegan teacher, she will show you how.
Gay, Liberace gay. What is that? I shouldn't be saying that, but it's a little fruity.
I don't actually disagree with everything that Andrew Tate says, but I do find it kind of fascinating that somebody can be so closed-minded while purporting to be so open-minded. Plants have protein, they really, really do. Being vegan is healthy, you know it's true. Plants have protein, they really, really do. So why the fuck aren't you vegan yet? No more excuses.
Jesus Christ.
For you. 4 hours and 36 minutes long. That's the length of this video, this interview that was just posted yesterday. So I was out with my headphones on, listening to it, and I wasn't able at the time, because I was on a power walk, to take notes and timestamps of exactly what I wanted to talk to you about today. But I'm going to tell you what I do remember. One of the things that Andrew Tate says, who is supposedly in control of his life and a real man, said he drinks 15 cups of coffee a day. And just try to picture that. Now, either he is lying, or he truly is an addicted wimp.
He does drink 15 cups of coffee a day.
Who drinks that much coffee to energize themselves? Who can't have the mental strength to wake themselves up and get themselves in the mood to face life? So what is it with somebody like Andrew Tate, who calls himself disciplined?
Given the fact that Andrew Tate was a kickboxer at one time, he's probably still doing the same training that he was doing. So it's actually kind of normal for, a fighter to actually drink a lot of something that has a lot of stimulants in it. 15 cups is way too much, but that's his business. He's free to drink whatever he wishes to drink.
He says that he is so proud of the man that he is. He also smokes.
I've always been a red pill, Andrew. I've always been a red pill.
Cigars. And he says that also gives him this feeling of being a man. Now, he doesn't talk at all about the vegetables that he eats, the nuts, the seeds, the tofu, the fruits. He doesn't talk about the legumes that he eats. What he says that he eats is 90% animals. So I'm very curious. He's been in jail for a long time, and I wonder what he ate when they gave him the meals. Do you think that they in jail gave him 90% meat?
This is where my experience as a correction officer comes in. What they have is commissary, so you can actually order food while you're in jail, cans of tuna, so you can easily get 100% protein, 100% animal products when you're in jail or prison. That's pretty easy to do.
Let's try. I doubt it. But I find it fascinating that somebody like that could be so incredibly weak that he wouldn't even acknowledge that veganism is healthy. He won't even try it because he can't do it. He talks about how strong he is. He goes to the gym. He believes in discipline. He believes in disciplining his kids. He often talks about how his dad...
Blacks can't be incels. We're either Nubian warriors or we're niggers. One or the other. Or we're Uncle Toms. So there's Uncle Toms, there's niggers, there's Nubian warriors. I am a Nubian warrior. Alright?
Disciplined him as a child and just did bizarre things like forced him to drink 2 liters of water just because he wanted his son to realize that he was the boss. And it is strange that somebody like Andrew Tate won't acknowledge that you can be healthy as a vegan, that his children were born vegan and they should remain vegan. He has no right to infringe upon their vegan virginity.
Serratus, because I already have it on recording on the Midnight Run, anyone can actually see that video with me and Derek Anthony.
All babies are born vegan because being vegan is not about foods. It's about having empathy for animals, wanting to play with them and show them love. If Andrew Tate's babies were in a room with a bunny and a banana, they would have played with the bunny and eaten the banana, not the reverse.
I think a baby is going to be too young to be eating any type of meat. They're also, you'd have to mush up the banana in order to eat it, so, idiot.
Any good dad would feed their child no corpses. The egg industry is just a cycle of misery. They lie to you endlessly. Don't buy eggs, walk away. Go to egg-truth.com today.
Andrew, if Richard and Vegan Teacher hooked up, that would be probably the most disgusting thing ever. I really hate her songs.
lentils, beans, chickpeas, rice. Go to chronometer or chronometer, however you want to pronounce it, and type in the types of things that you eat during the day. This would be my advice to Andrew. And make sure you get all your nutrients from plants. That way you are not destroying the environment, and you are also showing the example that you can be a strong man without picking on innocent animals.
We don't pick on animals, we consume animals, you know. Didn't your mother, my mama always taught me not to play with my food. That actually looks pretty good. I might have veal this weekend.
Andrew Tate. Like.
All right, Serratus, if you're leaving, hey, thanks for joining me. I know it's kind of late there in Europe, but I may actually do a specific midnight run for the UK, so which would start at around 5 o'clock p.m. And then go till 7. So just look out for that.
Likes to think of himself as being an extra strong man, extra powerful, extra desirable. But the truth of the matter is, there's nothing strong or desirable about a man who picks on the innocent. It's actually disgraceful. Andrew Tate, you should be vegan. And if you don't believe it, then I invite you to go into debate some of the amazing vegans that we have here on YouTube. On Instagram, and
why don't you debate me, you dried up bitch?
Also on TikTok. This young lady with short hair, her name is Rafaela. She is 27 years old. She's a doctor who stopped working so that she could work full-time to help to raise...
Oh, okay. I'm glad you're staying there. My bad. But I am thinking about doing a specific European show, so... from 5 till 7. So just to let you know. So just watch out for that.
Awareness about what the animals are going through on factory farms. I would like you, Andrew Tate, to consider debating her, or at least talking to her, inviting her to visit you. She is right now in Austria.
Andrew Tate would destroy this poor woman. She would be leaving in tears. Andrew Tate is an alpha, you know. Straight up.
I know that you are in Romania, and I know that you're kind of locked up. But...
no, he's not locked up.
I'm sure that she would come to visit you, to talk some sense into you, to try to remind you that brave men, good men, don't pick on the innocent. This is her channel. You can follow her there. Have a look at her channel. This is one of them. And you can see that sometimes...
I'll probably just take one more sip of the rum, and that'll be about it. I'm going to do what Pugman advised. Don't drink much here, so... that's going to be it for that, so... yeah. I just don't feel like drinking anything really tonight, so...
She does things like dress up like a cow to get her point across in her street activism. She talks to different people, all different people, young people, old people. She has gone on different TV shows. She is quite famous, and I invite you to not be scared of her. She won't bite you. She'll bite you with the truth, which I know you won't like. But there she is. Go ahead. Find her. Invite...
well, in order to find someone, you have to give the name first! The name! What is her name?
her on your channel. To everybody who is here, I want to thank you so much for being as vegan as possible. If anybody knows Andrew Tate, please make sure that he sees this video. Please go to his videos and tag him as much as possible. And if you're not yet following Die Militante Veganerin, you should absolutely do so. I hope to meet her one day. She seems awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Like, subscribe, press the notification bell.
All right, folks, cigar is done, so remember, twist, not jab.
Help it.
Ugh, disgusting. All right, someone wanted me to review another video. Remember, folks, if y'all got questions to ask me, I could still answer them, so that's no problem. We can do double time. That's right. Someone wanted me to do Norm McDonald in Germany. Oh, the Germany joke. I think I've heard this one before. It's the one that says, I'm scared of Germany.
But anyways, I'm old now, you know. I was young.
No more cigars, and I'm pouring this back in there, so. No more drinking tonight. Like I said, folks, I've only had a little sip. Like I said, I'm not working at Verizon, so I don't drink as much, you know, if any at all. Even at the Swordfish, I only have like 1 or 2 drinks, and that's pretty much it. No more 4 and 5 and 6 drinks. I just don't have the need for it or anything. Got to clean things up. I'll send you a bottle of the test. I will certainly welcome that there, Pugman. She did a talk with Bobby's perspective. Oh, I like Bobby's perspective. Richard seems to really hate Bobby's perspective. He gets really triggered by him. A refeed of alcohol? No. Like I said, I'm probably going to end up competing more than likely, and you're not going to see any cigars or drinks for probably until I stop competing. So.
Now I'm old. Yep. I learned something.
Andrew, part of it is because I don't have to be as social. I don't have to do so many business trips or business meetings anymore.
But you know, you're supposed to crunch up cans, and I think it's a good thing. You know, you got the orange and then the green, there's blue, and you crunch the cans and you put.
Yeah, Norm McDonald always had that deadpan humor. I always like listening to him. Do you notice how he's dressed? He's got a suit and a tie on. You know, that's class. You know, comedians back in the 60s, even George Carlin, you know, they had a suit and tie on. You know, even Richard Pryor. My test levels, it's going to take months before it gets back up there. I think they're at 600. I mean, I'm taking the testosterone shots once a week and everything, so they're definitely helping. I got a lot more energy now, but it's going to take months before it gets back to an actual normal level. I haven't put together a competition cycle. It's going to be a little bit different than when I was competing in the NGA because I'll be able to use whatever I want. So I'll let you know if I do decide to compete, what would my cycle look like. The guy I had an interview argument with, which one? I've had a lot of arguments with different people.
That, and you should do that. I'm not doing it, but you guys should do it because it's important, you know?
All right, let me go ahead and pour this alcohol back in. You don't waste alcohol, folks. Like I said, Pug Man, I only had a sip or anything, you know. Said I don't really need to drink that much. Like I said, even at the Swordfish, I'll have 1 or 2 drinks, and that's pretty much it, you know. Let's see what Vegan Gains is doing.
Ew. Let's go, kid. Knocked out.
Man, that house is still dirty. Norm on alcoholism. Okay. Well, Richard always seems depressed. Favorite comedian probably is Chris Rock. Either Chris Rock or Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac, I love Bernie Mac. So, and Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey, a lot of people are surprised. I mean, if you see Steve Harvey doing this comedy routine, it's good. Serratus, I can't do that full screen. I'll get flagged for that.
Hey, I understand you got bowel cancer. Ah, man, I know you.
Part of the reason I do the side screen is to keep from getting in trouble. Because it would be looking as though I'm... Andrew, enemas are good for if you have constipation, but no, I don't do regular enemas unless it's medically necessary for things like constipation. Tonight, if he wants to, someone will have to ask him in his live stream because unfortunately he has me banned from his live stream. So I can't go into his comments or anything. Tattoos, Andrew. That's only because competing as a bodybuilder, tattoos will take off the physique itself there. It makes it look blurry. So I never got any tattoos for that purpose.
Little kids start.
You never. Yeah, well, think about it for a minute. A preacher, you know, and a comedian, going from a preacher to a comedian isn't too far off, folks, because at the end of the day, you're a public speaker, you know? So it's pretty easy to go from a preacher to a comedian. A lot of comedians go to preaching, you know? But it's simple public speaking and, you know, things like that routine, you know, you would have had to been a preacher to actually do the routine. Yeah, it was real funny. Someone had asked me about debating Richard. If he wants to debate tonight, I can do that, you know, and stuff. Y'all can go ask him if you want. I'll go and debate him about the peptide stuff. May as well get that over with anyway. So, what should we review next? Kazan, those nicotine pills are no longer working, so I would seriously doubt that he's actually taking those nicotine pills at this point. Let's see what Rashad Ritchie has to say. Let's see here. Let's check this one out. Oh, wait a minute. I've already played that one before. If y'all got any videos y'all want me to review, I can do that there, so.
White Starbucks manager has been awarded $25 million in a racial discrimination lawsuit. Yeah, you heard right. She won her $25 million, and this was in the wake of, I believe, this video that we've all seen, this instance in 2018 where two black men who were waiting for a third person in their group to arrive were arrested inside Starbucks and asked to leave outside of, I believe it's Philadelphia, just double checking that. And we all remember that. Let's just...
I can't play that one, Serratus. That's a movie, so I'll definitely get a community strike for something like that.
Just go to a video of that to jog your memory.
No longer, no further. Protesters calling for justice today after the arrest of two black men at this Philadelphia Starbucks on Thursday.
Now, folks, if you guys wanted to know what I probably would have done, the thing about it is I don't go anywhere I'm wanted, first off. Number two, I never go into a Starbucks really anyway. Starbucks is just overpriced beans, you know. So the fact I wouldn't even be caught in there is one thing. But once the cops ask you to leave, you know, they're just doing their job, in other words. My whole thing about it is I would have left, contacted Starbucks, and if I didn't get the answer that I wanted, then I would have contacted an attorney. But, you know, like I said, they were told to leave, and they refused to leave when the cops came there. Not defending the lady, the manager was a complete idiot. There's nothing wrong with two people sitting in a Starbucks whatsoever. Yeah, Starbucks is a ripoff. You know, there's no reason for the manager. I think the manager got fired or so. But there's no reason to mess with two people, regardless as to what race they are, as far as sitting in there. If they don't want to buy anything, let them sit in there, you know. It's... What harm is it there, you know, anyway? I just don't get that. And if they're waiting for a friend, that means they're probably going to get coffee anyway. That's a bad way of doing business. I have people on my website that are shopping, you know. Just because they're shopping on my website doesn't mean that I should throw them off if they're not buying anything. And I did it one time when I started my vitamin business early. I did actually have a store at a strip mall, and people would browse for my stuff there. But if they didn't buy anything, so what, you know? Let them browse, you know? Throwing someone out of a Starbucks just because they're sitting there, you can always ask if they need anything. If they say that they're waiting for a friend, okay. A reasonable person would think, okay, once a person gets there, then they're going to order some coffee. No problem at all. Manager was a dumbass, so I just want to make that clear.
This video, captured by a witness's cell phone, shows police talking and later handcuffing the men while they were waiting for a friend. The men wanted to use the restroom, but the manager said that per store policy, they couldn't since they didn't buy anything. When they wouldn't leave, she called police. Some witnesses say the officers overreacted.
They're just sitting there quietly, sitting on their phones, like...
Officers did not overreact. They were called for trespassing. They have to, you know, they have to do their jobs, you know. They're not the ones making the decision whatsoever. It's not even their choice whatsoever. Period. So I don't know about overreacting. The person that overreacted was the manager, you know.
Chatting just like everyone else in Starbucks was.
Philadelphia's police commissioner says the officers didn't do anything wrong.
They followed policy. They did what they were supposed to do.
The men, who don't want to be identified by name, were held in custody for 8 hours before they were released. Prosecutors didn't file charges, but their defense lawyer says this wasn't about the law. It was about bias.
So that was the context. And that case...
Yes, we'll watch Frank Tofano next. I think he had a drink or something tossed on him.
Played out in its own way. I believe those men were awarded damages for all that, but it was an incredible...
Serratus, it's not exactly fair use, and I don't want to risk it anyway.
Awful story if you're Starbucks, right? Turns out that in the wake of that, they seem to have fired a couple of regional managers. And this woman, let's put up her picture here, she was also one of the people, her name is Shannon Phillips, who was fired in the wake of that sort of incredible instance of real racial discrimination. And she's claiming she was fired because she was white and that Starbucks just wanted to fire white managers.
That's not true at all. That's not even what the lawsuit is about.
The New Jersey jury, however, said she was right. They returned a verdict of $25.6 million, including $25 million for punitive damages, $600,000 in compensatory damages, according to the Consul Mariaki Law, which represents Phillips. The jury ruled unanimously after a 6-day trial, the lawyer said, noting that Phillips will also be seeking back pay and front pay. Starbucks said it is disappointed in the decision and is evaluating next steps, spokesperson J.C. Anderson told CNN. So let's just look at the lawsuit before I kick it to you, Mondale. So her complaint, 2019 complaint, says that after the arrest, Starbucks, quote, took steps to punish white employees who had not been involved in the arrest, but who worked in and around the city of Philadelphia in an effort to convince the community it had properly responded to the incident. Phillips, who at the time oversaw areas including Philadelphia, said that Starbucks had ordered her to place a white employee on administrative leave as part of these efforts due to the alleged discriminatory conduct, which Phillips said she knew was inaccurate. So she thinks her subordinate was not being discriminatory. Starbucks says you got to put her on administrative leave. She says no. She tries to defend the employee, and the company fires her. The reason for termination, according to the complaint, was that the situation is not recoverable. The complaint argued that this was a, quote, pretext for racial discrimination, adding that Phillips's race was a motivating and or determinative factor in discriminatory treatment. I am very curious, Mondale, what you think about this. Does she have any kind of point, given that we know...
First off, folks, again, this is an example of not only wokeism, but manipulating the information. The truth of the matter is, and part of the reason why she won the lawsuit, first off, was because, you know, her coworkers who were black testified on her behalf. So here's what really happened. First off, this lady was not over this Philadelphia store whatsoever. Had nothing to do with it whatsoever. Wasn't even in her realm. She couldn't really tell anyone what to do, okay, as far as the store. She had no place whatsoever. Starbucks decided wanted her to go and fire this other employee, a district manager, okay? This district manager... The reason why she didn't fire her because this district manager was also not over this store. In fact, the district manager of that store was black, you know? Really. The district manager that was directly over that store was black. Let me say that again. The district manager that was over that store was black. Lord knows we can't fire a black person there. That would look bad, you know? So they tried to get her to fire this other person. Basically, they're looking for a scapegoat. She refused to do so, you know? And that has to be kind of admirable, folks, you know? The thing about it is you should only terminate someone's employment if they were directly responsible of the situation, which this white person wasn't. So what did they do? They go ahead and fired her and used her as a scapegoat instead, you know? So the lawsuit wasn't really because she was white. It's because she was used as a scapegoat, you know. And a jury, which included black folks up there, agreed with it, you know. Simply put. You know, here's the thing, folks. People don't realize that the effects of being fired, she's labeled as a racist. She was doxxed. She definitely can't get employment anywhere else, you know, because of this whole situation, because no one wants to hire a racist, you know. You know what I mean? You see, Starbucks should have done the right thing and set up a department of proper ethics there. They didn't because it's a lot more expensive. They took the cheap way out and just fired this person who, again, had no reason, who had nothing to do with it. And of course she's going to refuse to fire someone. If Starbucks wanted to fire, they could have done it themselves. But they wanted her to use this poor guy as a scapegoat. And she didn't. And what's right is right. That's why she got $25 million, because of that. Her career is ruined. She can never get a job again. She was labeled as a racist. She got death threats, She obviously can't get another job or anything. She can't even get a job as a cashier at Wendy's, literally. Woke, there's some good positive things about wokeism there, but not many, Antonio. It just goes way too far. It's a far left ideology, in other words. I mean, and rightfully so, she got $25 million. You have to remember that you have to respect the jury's decision. The jury saw the whole thing, I mean, she didn't win a lawsuit. And if you notice at the bottom, they say white Starbucks manager. So even by publishing that, she's never going to get a job again because they're going to try to play it out as white privilege, If I'm a manager, I'm not going to go fire someone for something that they had nothing to do with. That's wrong, people. That's wrong. Wrong. And this type of stuff, she won $25 million because she's never going to have that position again, She's going to have to take contracted independent work. Her career is literally ruined because of Starbucks. She's gotten death threats. She's been doxxed. Her family's been messed with and everything because Starbucks took the easy way out, period, The jury saw that. Her black co-workers testified. But as far as the whole situation is concerned, I wouldn't have gone into Starbucks. And if someone told me to leave, I'm like, fuck it, I'll go to another coffee stop, And I'll report the matter as far as to what happened. I would not have gotten to the point to where police have to be involved because they had to have known the police would have came, Police are only doing their jobs there, They don't have any control there, if once someone's designated as trespassing, regardless as the right or wrong, an officer is in an executive position. An officer's job is to enforce the laws that are in place. They had an obligation. They had no choice but to remove the people that were in the store that refused to leave, Sad, but it's true. It wasn't right for that manager. That manager was fired, and rightfully so, but this person, So we're going to go ahead and review the Frank Tufano video of him getting tossed out. Now I'm going to go take another piss, people. So I'll be right back. Hold on just a minute. Be right back. And yes, folks, it doesn't take me that long. My bathroom's right next to me, to my office, so it's very close and convenient. So it only takes me about a minute or so. Plus, I'm a fast pisser too. So.
What's up, guys? Restaurant vlog, numero cuatro, I think. It's either 3 or 4 on the restaurant vlog. Didn't check. We're here at Pastis.
Pastis is a pretty good restaurant, by the way. Really good.
I'm actually filming the intro after.
They got a lot of good reviews.
It was a little busy before. I couldn't really get a shot of it. But this is like a nice upscale French restaurant that I've been to, well, the most times out of any restaurant in New York because their food's pretty consistent. But meatpacking, kind of West Village area. You guys like the nonsense that comes out of my mouth, so I really regret not bringing my microphone down. I figured if I came later, I wouldn't be as busy and loud. But
Liza Minnelli.
pretty crazy. We're at Pastis, which is like a restaurant in, I guess, kind of meatpacking, like West 14th Street area. We did a burger review here, and out of all the restaurants I've gone to for dinner and tried, this has been like the most consistent. Because like maybe I'll go to somewhere else and it'll be good one time and not so good the next time. Pretty much every time for the most part I've been here, everything has been like on point, 100%, very good, delicious. The chef is on top of their stuff. Maybe we can drink enough tonight, so I'll finally have the courage to jump off the Brooklyn Bridge because I am tired of this dystopian planet. I don't know about you guys.
Joel, if you want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I love peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Knock that out. I'm not sure what time zone you are in, but like I said before, I don't eat carbs after 6 o'clock p.m. That's just my thing.
So the main difference is I made the executive decision as nutrition genius. The vegetable seed oils, even just once a week as a snack or to kind of like cheat or visit a restaurant, it's just...
I would never date Frank Tufano. Never.
I always feel so bad and my stomach is always so messed up just from having French fries or any fried food whatsoever. So we're going to avoid it completely. Yeah, so I've been here like a dozen times now. Usually I'll have the Eval cider in the glass, or sometimes I'll have this amber lager they have on draft.
Now, don't look at the prices too much there. That's generally the thing. Don't forget that the area that he's in is going to be pretty expensive. Whenever I go to Roof Chris, you know, prices are pretty similar to that. So it's pretty much a good deal if you look at the pricing from the scheme of things. 4 a.m.? Oh, wow. I probably wouldn't eat that unless you're getting up for work early.
Cider's higher alcohol percent, but it's in a bottle, so it's probably less chemicals and less pollutants. Amber lager, lower alcohol, so more hydrating. And I usually don't have to get like a bottle of Pellegrino or something, then I'll end up barely.
Skip all this shit.
There's gotta be like some restaurants in the city that have organic cider.
Roof Chris is way better than Longhorn. No comparison.
I don't know. That's why I'm almost inclined to like, I mean, when we move in a few weeks, I'm not going to be going out anywhere. I'm going to have to just cook everything myself. Like buy some organic beer and stuff myself. So maybe I should stop complaining so much. So basically any sort of macronutrient detoxes the liver as long as the anti-nutrient or vitamin content is low enough. So if you have too many vitamins in the meal, or there's too many anti-nutrients, flavonoids, beta-carotene, whatever it is, the liver will enter an absorption state instead of a detox state. However, whether it's alcohol, sugar, starch, fat, protein, there's components in each of those that will soak and absorb toxins out of the liver. So with the foods I choose in the meals like this, it's really, really efficient. It's really efficient. In one way.
Yeah, Vegan Gains is live, but so am I. The great one is live. It's my show's better than Richard's show. Just remember that.
You can know if you're detoxing for sure is
as far as the liver detox thing, I never got into that type of stuff. It's ridiculous, you know. It's just a way for him to sell supplements. Goddamn right I'm better than Richard.
So the way you can tell is in the bowel movement. So this meal is bread, cod, beer, and we have like trout and beans. So the meal is mostly white. And honestly, almost every meal I have, for the most part, has a large white component to it. But if you look in the toilet after you go,
all right, let's get the part where he got water flicked on him.
even alcohol. The gut bacteria will consume and digest.
Looks like a German Pilsner. I may be pronouncing that wrong. Do I know what the steak sandwich is called? I guess a steak sandwich. Roof Chris is pretty much basic as far as to what their meals are.
The alcohol, Candida will overgrow. Candida will suck up all the toxins. And is it raining? You're not in it. Don't worry. Are you in it? Alright, I'll go to the other side. Did you guys just sit down? Yeah. This fucking guy sitting behind me. I'll have to make sure off the sensor that low. I don't know when they sit down.
Folks, this is why I don't film in restaurants. When people go to a restaurant, they want to enjoy themselves. And regardless as to whether you got them blurred out, regardless as to whether they're not in the picture, someone that sees a camera in front of them or so forth, and they feel like they're being watched or so forth, that takes away from the enjoyment of the meal itself. So, yeah, if someone gets offended, you can't blame them. That's why you don't film in restaurants. That's why I don't film in the Swordfish. So if I go and film in the Swordfish, it's going to be at a time where there's no one going to be around, and I'm going to definitely ask for permission. I probably won't get it, folks, but, I want to do that for you folks. So that way y'all can see the interior of the Swordfish Club.
Yeah, just one more. Yeah. So we got the trout, which, honestly, I don't like fishing up after it being full to really enjoy this. We got some white beans on the side, which at the time sounded like a good side dish.
I like it when a restaurant serves the fish like this. That way it's freshly caught. If the fish has got bones in it, it means it's not processed. So that's a good looking fish.
And we got our mashed potatoes. So overall, way too much food, but we got our animal protein based lean white fish. Pretty much as good as it gets. The potatoes I like for starch, but usually in the restaurants they put too much fat in them, especially the butter and the cream, so it's not good. And the white beans okay. We're not gonna
He could have asked for no butter and then had the butter put to the side. That's not an issue at all. They usually add butter to any mashed potatoes at the very end of making them. Usually, if Frank Tofano's worked in a restaurant, so he should know that when mashed potatoes are made, they're going to have, what's called for in the recipe itself. Beyond that, you could tell them not to add any butter in it there. There's always that option.
The other.
Yeah, I agree. It looks, that restaurant has a lot of good reviews, so at least Frank picked out a really good restaurant.
Stuff just the beans, so that should be fine.
Do you sprinkle water? Oh, I was like, what was that? How long have you guys been sitting there?
You see, also, this is an unnecessary confrontation. Just enjoy your fucking meal, Frank. Don't worry about the water.
When I go to edit it, I'll make sure you guys aren't in it. No, I wasn't paying attention at all. Yeah. No, it's all right. When I go edit it, I'll make sure you guys aren't in it. Yeah. Let me try it. You want me to try it or? this. All right. No, I'll have this. It's good.
I would be delighted. You know what? Why don't you enjoy both? Yeah, let's do
She brought us the wrong thing. We ordered another cider, but she got me the American brown ale, which is okay. I like the cider more. It's okay.
Well, he's getting an extra beer, so, I mean, that's not too bad. When it comes to any alcohol in any restaurants, they buy in bulk anyway, so it's really not costing them that much to give them an extra beer. So it's, especially considering the cost of the meal itself and possible tip, you know, the restaurant's going to come out smelling like roses. Would I donate to Richard? I've only donated to him one time, like 6 years ago, to challenge him to a debate. I've only donated $20 at the time. This was about 6 or 7 years ago.
The United Nations of beers here. So we're gonna have trout, potatoes, beans. I'm probably gonna like half of this because I'm so full. Alright, thank you. No, we can just use the brown ale as our camera stand because now we got something. Put the camera on this side so no one else bothers me.
One thing I would mention, I guess the t-shirt's okay because it doesn't have any logos, but a restaurant like that, you know, this is where I would have a sports coat on and a collared shirt in a restaurant like this. I wouldn't go to a restaurant like this with a t-shirt on. Frank could have just put on like he could have put on a blue, well, no, he's got on some sort of gray, so well, no, not a black sports coat. No, he could have went with a blue sports coat and stuff, and he should have been fine. But there's not really much you can do with that color of a shirt. But even a blue sports coat would have been more professional. I would have worn that at a place like this. But let's continue.
Potatoes, beans.
Antonio, I avoid theaters because they're sticky and they're quite expensive. I'd rather watch a movie at home with a date or someone with me or so forth if I do that. My popcorn is cheaper, and plus I can get to the coitus. Now, the last movie I went with a date, but of course we went to watch Elvis, but we spent most of the time making out, so yeah. I didn't get any popcorn.
Did I say trout? I forgot I got Bronzino, not trout. Bronzino. So it's just lean whitefish. Trout, on the other hand, black.
I'm not going to watch all this here. No, you can't wear a tuxedo. Tuxedos should only be worn to formal events, like a wedding, for example, or so forth. I do keep a tuxedo in my closet with ties and everything like that. I've not worn that in a while. But it's very important for a gentleman to have a tuxedo, you know, because you never know when the occasion happens. Always have a tuxedo, always have a suit coat, always have a sports coat and everything. You know, that's just good taste. That way, the benefit of that, folks, is if you have to go to some formal event, you know, what happens? You got to go to a tailor, and then you got to get it in time. See, me, I keep that in my closet, so if I have to go to a formal event, I got all my stuff there. I don't have to go and rush and tell Men's Warehouse to go, hey, I need this by such and such date. It's just better to already have that stuff. And it's much cheaper because you have to rent out that stuff, which is like $100 and some, $200 some dollars a night or something. And just having a simple tuxedo shirt, is like $30, a tie, boom, you got what you got, You don't need to spend that kind of money. Plus, it's clothes that you can keep.
The camera stand, aka the bottle of cider, is empty right now, so it's not doing the right job. Should I get a glass of Sauternes so that this turns into a $274 check for one person? Look at him, the girlfriend. Bro, imagine if I had to take someone else with me to dinner, it'd be like $400. I guess that's why, like, when people go out in New York, they're kind of stingy and they don't order like full meals for each person. So hey, if you guys don't have a girlfriend yet, you can either go out in New York, enjoy a nice huge dinner by yourself for like $150, or bring your girlfriend and spend $150, but you're both starving by the end of the night, so you end up drinking each other's seminal fluids or bodily fluids, whatever. Venereal fluids.
What the fuck is he talking about? Venereal fluids. Weirdo.
One of the other burger reviews we did was Port Charles Prime Rib, which probably had like the nicest outside dining, but I'm looking at this, dude. This must have cost me so much fucking money, man.
Why don't you mind your fucking business as far as... See, that's why that other guy confronted him over, mind your business. It's worse enough that you're actually filming in a restaurant with all these people around. People don't like being filmed or even having the risk of being filmed, Going to a restaurant is a private environment, Now, of course, me and that guy was making out in the theater while watching Elvis, but we were in the back. What are they going to do? I'm big and they're small, I'd beat the shit out of them if they had a problem. But I wasn't filming in the theater neither. We were just making out like,
It's like a New York City contractor. Bro, all these wood tables and shit, that electrical work, they got fucking fans. I don't know if this was here, but I don't know. I don't know if they always, maybe they always have some of this outdoor dining. But this is like $100,000 outdoor, at least. It's really nice job. I mean, it's really just cheap aluminum roofing.
Of course, we weren't naked in the theater or anything like that. We were just making out, We made out for about maybe 10 or 15 minutes, and he fell asleep on my shoulder and woke up, started making out again. So, yeah. Oh, well. We were drinking a bunch, too, so... Of course, like I said, we've cut down. That was at the time I was still working at Verizon, so, yeah. We were pretty plastered. We had to take a Uber home. Or to his house, so. Then I called another Uber home. In the morning.
If I had a better memory, I would have been builder. Dude, I watched this HVAC guy put Freon on my compressor like 7 times, and I still don't remember how to do it. Like, earlier in the day, I was fine, and then, like, as soon as I entered the city, the high EMF, my fucking brain just feel like a shut off. Alright, so we got our rum-soaked sponge cake. They put vanilla ice cream on top, so we shouldn't really eat too much of that. Now, honestly, conventional dairy and eggs, not actually that bad. Well, guys, that's it for the restaurant vlog.
Yeah, that's it for me too. Well, not for the show. Hey, folks, if y'all want me to go until 1 a.m. tonight, because I don't really have any orders that have came in. Plus, it's the weekend, so I got plenty of time. So if you want me to go until 1 o'clock a.m., give me a hell yeah in the chat room right now. 1 a.m., folks. Give me a hell yeah if y'all want me to go till 1 o'clock a.m. Let's do it. Yeah. See, I don't have anything that I need to do, so. All right, who's next to review? Who was that guy I was checking out here? Hang tight. Vegan. I think I watched this. Check this out.
I think we can clear the foster care system.
Yeah. What the fuck? What kind of asshole kid is that?
I actually agree with Richard. What kind of asshole kid is that? He got his feet up there. That's bad parenting. Well, now it's good parenting. He just went and yanked the kid off, so good job. But look at that mess, you know. That's, you know.
Whose fucking kid is that?
Chances are that kid is probably autistic or have some sort of mental disability. Even a kid wouldn't do stuff like that generally.
Jesus Christ, I would have fucking thrown him through the window.
I think that throwing someone through a window is not appropriate parenting.
Okay, I might not want to watch that one. Fight with a pipe. Watch it off screen. Yeah, I'm not gonna show that on screen. It's a bit too graphic, but...
Let's see. There was one other video I had, so... Yeah, throwing a kid through a window is not good parenting, but that was one badass kid, you know. Guess y'all get to watch what y'all can see exactly what I generally watch. I like Townsend's. Townsend's is a great show. You get to learn about the 17th century and stuff, or excuse me, 18th century stuff. Y'all guys should subscribe to Townsend's. You know, you'll actually. I like a lot of learning shows. Watch him too. He's a goofball, but you know, but I respect. One thing that I usually like doing while I'm working is I'll watch people play video games. I have two screens, so I have my work right here, and then I'll be watching something on the other screen. And lately, I've been watching The Wind Waker, so. Of course, I watch Samurai X and stuff, so. Video gaming. Just a lot of content. Where is that video at? I'm not going to go sing. I mean, I may sing something, but not against music or anything like that. Like I said, I get a lot of copyright bleakety bleaks, so. Which one was that one? I forgot about this. Time for a little break while I think about the next thing I'm going to watch. But it wasn't I can just tell you right now, she was cursing, so. Hang tight. Why is all this stuff up here? How about a reaction to the classic Loud in the City? Yeah, good idea. But there was one other video I wanted to see first that I wanted to show you guys. Can't remember what it was. Watch a lot of Marcus Campbell too. I watch him every single week, and he always has a weekend seminar. It must have, I'm not sure why it's in the not in the feed. So let's do the old classic. Acapella with no background music. I'd have to find the lyrics here. But like I said, in order for me to sing something, I would have to see the lyrics, and it's gonna play in the back, so I'm gonna get copyrighted on that. Loud in the City. Let's see, Big Rob Fitness. Where is that video? I'm not subscribed to Big Rob Fitness anymore.
Let me use
He just posts crap, you know. I mean, that's all he posts is just crap. I've never dated a YouTube creator. I went to school with a YouTube creator, Joshua Warren, and he's on YouTube, but other than that, that's about it. We didn't talk much when we were in high school. I did save him from getting his ass beat by Wallace, so. Of course, he beat the crap out of me, but that was Wallace for you. So I took a hit to the face for Josh, so yeah. Where is that Loud in the City type thing? Yeah. I wonder if he still has it. That was a long time ago, so. It's the top one. Loud in the City, Big Rob sick. Okay. Oh, this one. Oh, I walked over it. I'm already laughing about it.
You're here in Detroit with
here with someone that had some work to do here, so I want to make sure they're safe. I came with them, but I'll show you some of the neighborhoods. These are some of the worst neighborhoods. I'm just sitting outside waiting for this person. This is some of the worst neighborhoods in the world. You'll see the houses here. They're all broken down, as you could see.
Andrew, Big Rob Fitness is a jackass and the arch enemy of John Bravo. But I mean, both of them are Arab, so it's I've seen them argue in their language, so I won't get into that. But him and John Bravo are, yeah, they really don't like each other.
This is Detroit. But there's a lot of money to be made here because it's, you know, a lot of these houses are, you get them dirt cheap. We used to do quite a bit of that, and then you fix them up, and the value really goes up. So, you know, you could rent them out either like Section 8 or regular. You have them rented, and then you get investors to either buy them rented or what is it called? Or keep them yourself, rent them out. Section 8 or regular, but look at the house here. I want to show you. This is a neighborhood. Extremely dangerous. I love it, man. I love danger. See these houses here? So, you know what? I've never been scared to go anywhere. I'm standing out in the middle of the street. I don't give a damn, man. You doing okay, guys? How's work? Good? Good, good. So this is Detroit. Could you guys see the houses here? They're out. Hi. Good, good.
Those houses are nice compared to, if you guys have ever been to Cleveland, Ohio, those are real crack houses.
Okay. I'm just waiting for someone. All right, thank you.
Hey, Zach, how you doing tonight? We're going till 1 o'clock a.m., so if you need to ask me any questions, we got plenty of time.
Thank you. So, this is Detroit, man. See that? See, a lot of people will talk junk, you know, they're bad, they're tough and all that. Why don't they come out here and walk out on the street like I am and talk loud, man? Why doesn't people do that? They're scared. Look, this is Detroit, man. This is a worse neighborhood. Big Rob in Detroit. Big Rob in Detroit. You hear me, neighborhood?
Yeah, there's nobody around. Yeah, I know. That's what makes it so funny.
It's fun, man. I like danger. Danger, Detroit. Boy.
Yeah, you got plenty of time to get some whiskey, Chad. We're going till 1 a.m.
Look at that, man. Here. And I brought no weapons. The only weapon I have is myself. No weapons at all. Look at that. This is Detroit. I'm just walking around.
Oh, Chad, I'm still answering questions. I answer questions for a lot longer now, so with the extended show, you get more questions you can ask me.
Talking loud, you know, the neighbors. You know, I don't know anyone here. I'm just walking alone. Having a good old time. Good old time. And you guys think, anyone thinks I'm afraid to get in the ring with anyone? Come on, man. You think I'm going to let it slide what the guy said and did to me? No way. No way, man. I'm not going to let it slide. If I have to go down to the state he's in, he's going to apologize like a dog to me. You guys remember that. You understand me? No one's going to disrespect my family. No one. I'm out here talking loud in the city. I'm out in the city and they could hear me. Look at this.
Let's rewind that again here. So
the state he's in, he's going to apologize like a dog to me. You guys remember that. You understand me? No one's going to disrespect my family. No one. I'm out here talking loud in the city. I'm out in the city and they could hear me. Look at this. Look. Here you go. You think I'm scared of...
Yeah, Chad, eventually the real estate market will do a correction. Hopefully sooner than later.
Any motherfucker that disrespects my family? You think I won't go to fucking New Jersey or Arizona, motherfucker? Fuck you, bitch-ass motherfucker. You guys hear me out here? Here you go. These are fucking crack houses. That motherfucker better apologize. That motherfucker better apologize. You understand me, Johnny Bravo? Johnny Brody, you better apologize, motherfucker. You better apologize, motherfucker. Here's the city. I'm walking in the middle of the street. If cars drive, they better drive around me. You understand me? Here, we're in the hood, in the city. Okay? Don't fuck with the wrong person. Don't fuck with the wrong person. You understand me? You guys think I'm afraid to die? Come on, man. Come on, man. We're in the city. We're in the city. You know why people say racist stuff about this is a black neighborhood. You know why people say racist stuff about black people that I highly respect and love everyone? Because they're scared of them. I'm out here talking loud. I'm not scared of nobody. Nobody. Look at that.
Chad, you'll need to speak with the realtor on that. I'm not going to be the expert that can give you that information. Unlike Vegan Gains, if I don't know something, I'm going to tell you straight up I don't know anything about it.
What's up, guys? There you go. Here. Here you go. Okay? Here's a car coming. There you go. I don't know this person. I'm pointing my phone at him. You think he likes that? I don't know who this is. Here, I'll walk up to him and see what's going on, man. You guys doing okay? Doing good, man. Just out here waiting for someone. All right, all right. See, man? I don't know these guys. I don't know these guys. They're cool, man. You think they're gonna fuck with me?
Chad, I'm not going to know everything. I'm not going to know the markets itself as far as real estate is concerned. I just don't. So, yeah. Being a businessman doesn't give me validation as far as real estate is concerned. I would have to be in the real estate business to discuss really real estate with you.
Don't worry, buddy. I'm just talking to these guys on my IG. You guys doing some construction around here? God bless you, man. Don't be scared of no one. Don't be scared of no one. You know what I mean? Shit. So this is the hood. This is Detroit, man. This is it. This is the city. This is the city. There you go. There's 6 guys in the car. I don't even know who the fuck they are. I walked up to them. You heard me, okay? I've never touched a street drug. I never would. I don't touch alcohol. I don't touch nothing. I'm in my right state of mind. This is who Big Rob is. So don't. Take care, guys. God bless you.
Yeah, anyone that's talking to themselves and cursing out in the middle of the street, they're going to be scared. But yeah, this is some good classic mints. I forgot all about this.
See how they respect me. Why? What's going on, man? What's going on? Walking in the middle of the street in the worst part of Detroit. Oh boy, man, I'm scared. I'm scared. Very scared, man. It smells like skunk out here. Probably weed or something. Yeah, so this is it.
Rich Piana was an entertainer. He wasn't a great bodybuilder, but he certainly was entertaining. I wouldn't consider him a legend in bodybuilding because his bodybuilding career was shit. So
This is it. See what I mean? Like, you know, Johnny Bravo's fucking with the wrong person. I'm just telling you, there is no way I'm gonna let it slide what he said and did to me. There's no fucking way. No fucking way. He thinks it's a joke, doesn't he? He thinks it's a joke. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Look, I'm walking in the middle of the street. So how's everyone doing today? You guys doing good? God bless you guys. Man, it smells like a skunk out here. I wonder why. Look at that. See? I wonder why those 6 guys, when I was like screaming, didn't say anything, you know. They are very respectful, okay? So a lot of these here are crack houses.
Andrew, no, Richard's not a legend.
Could hear me, the neighbors or whoever's here. And I have no weapons whatsoever, okay? So I'm just walking around having a good old time, all right? This is who Big Rob is. I'm not scared of shit, okay? I'm not scared of shit. So that's what I'm teaching you guys. Believe in God. Humanity survives. Hate dies. Hate is gonna die. Hate is gonna die. Guaranteed. Big Rob survives. Here's another car coming. Here I'm sitting in the middle of the street. They can drive around me if they want, but I'll let them go by. Oh, a Porsche. Oh, Porsche. Nice car. Nice car. That's a Porsche, man. So this is like Detroit. You guys doing?
Yeah, I know Athens. I'm fully aware of that. It's pathetic.
Some construction in here? You remodeling the house? Oh, good, good. Who do you work for? Oh, are you from Mexico?
You can't tell this motherfucker's from Mexico.
I love Mexican people, man. Good Mexican. Good Mexican. I love Mexican food. Yeah, man. Big Rob in the house. Yeah, just walking out here waiting for my friend. This is fun. You guys enjoying this? So I just wanted to show you, don't be scared of anyone. And I promise you this. That. Remember this. Remember I said this, guys. Humanity survives and hate's gonna die. I promise you this. And that's the honest to God truth. If that's the last thing I do in my freaking life, I'm gonna show you that humanity survives and hate dies. There better be an apology right away. I'm not fucking around. You understand me, guys? You understand me, guys? No one's gonna fucking disrespect my family. My wife, her father died in Lebanon, and this motherfucker comes back, makes a video. The fuck he's gonna do that? The fuck he's gonna do that? I'm not naming his sister. I'm not naming anyone. Little bitch. He's gonna fight me. He's gonna fight me. None of these guys could dare come close to me. Not one YouTuber could dare hurt me. No one could hurt me because I have God on my side. Look at this. I'm just walking around here loud. These people don't know me. Why don't they come outside? Here. Don't be scared of anyone. Don't be scared to go anywhere, okay? You know, what's muscle? Muscle means nothing. If you're a coward, you could have all the muscle in the world. It does not do nothing. I'm not scared. I'm not scared to die. But I'll tell you what. Humanity survives and hate's gonna die. Hate is gonna fucking die. Remember that. God damn you, you fucking... God forgive me for cussing. He's gonna disrespect my family? No way. No way. No way. Humanity survives, hate dies. You guys...
I think John would be laughing so loud that if he tried to fight him.
Think I don't know John Cena and The Rock, and they're humans like all of us. They're humans like all of us. Know that. You understand that? So you guys see, here, I'll go closer to this house. I don't give a damn. I'll walk up to their porch, let them come out and shoot me. Here. Let's knock on just someone's door, some random person. Does anyone live here? I guess no one lives here. Usually squatters live here. Everyone here has guns too. You doing okay, man? I found the house. Thank you, man. Yeah? I found here. I don't even know these guys. Let me walk up to them, man. Let me walk up to them. Thank you, sir, for your help. I appreciate it. God bless you. Yeah, man. So, anything else you guys want? Just wait in here, walking in the street. No one's going to disrespect my family. No one is going to disrespect me or my family. So you guys make sure to support.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. I can debate him tonight there. I couldn't debate him the previous nights because I was doing the stream and I had a couple of other things to do. So I didn't want it to run long on Tuesday.
Subscribe, Big Rock Fitness. Fitness, motivation, inspiration, humanity. Most of all, humanity. Most of all, humanity. You cowards, you trolls are big-ass cowards. You trolls are the biggest cowards in the world. I dare one of you to come to Detroit and walk in the street like I did. I dare you guys. I dare you guys. If I go to Olympia, it's not going to be good. It's not going to...
Yeah, if he did that stuff in Miami or even in my neighborhood, yeah, he'd get messed up pretty bad.
It'll be good. I hope to God that the wrong person isn't at the Olympia. No one is going to disrespect me. No one's going to stop me. Make sure to tell your friends and family to support and subscribe to Big Rock Fitness. Natty comments, I love you, brother. Thank you for all your support. Don't be scared of no one. Be yourself, man. You got Big Rob. You got Big Rob. I'll come anywhere. I'll come anywhere. I will go anywhere. I will say and do what I want. I don't have no one with me. Look, no one's in the car with me. Look. Oh, I have a bag of, here. I have a bag here of, food for homeless because, you know, this area there's a lot of homeless too. So, okay, I'll keep this video running, and I promise you this. I promise you this, that humanity survives and hate's gonna die. Hate dies. Hate dies. Just watch, hate. Just watch, hate. I need an apology right away. Right away. Fitness, motivation, inspiration, humanity. Now you guys know what I'm all about, okay? So, you guys have a good day. Big Rock Fitness. Fitness, motivation, inspiration, humanity. Courageous. Be courageous. Don't live your life in fear. Don't live your life in fear. In the end, we all die. It's not a big deal. Big deal. Be good. Do the right thing. Don't be afraid. I've been in these neighborhoods all my life. I've been everywhere and anywhere. I'll go anywhere. I will go anywhere and say and do what I want. You understand me? So, hey, hi, man. You doing okay? So, now you guys know that I'm real. Make sure to subscribe to Big Rob Fitness. Big Rob Fitness YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe. You understand? Make sure to subscribe. Okay? You want someone that's courageous, or you want some coward that hides and picks on women? Hey, man. I can't wait. I can't wait. Stupid ass. Why isn't anyone stopping? I'm yelling like in the middle of the street. Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, look at my watch. I'm known for my watch here, so.
How can you be known for a silly white G-Shock watch? This is some good mints. I forgot all about this. I'm glad y'all wanted me to review this. That's good old days here.
Yeah, buddy, I will calm down. But I'll tell you what. There is no way hate's gonna die. I promise you this. Humanity survives, hate dies. Remember I said that. Okay? Remember I said that. I need an apology. I need an apology. I promise you guys this. I will go anywhere. I'll go to California. I'll go to Florida. I'll go to Arizona. I'll go to New Jersey. I will go to New Jersey. If I go somewhere, I probably won't be coming back. I'll stay there. I'll stay there the rest of my life. It's okay. But no one's going to disrespect my family.
Hot peppers are good for a hot dog, but maybe good for sweating. It would be definitely something that would cut your appetite.
No way. No way. We're not going to let this one slide. You guys have a good, blessed day. Keep subscribing to Big Rock Fitness, man. Let's get our subscribers up. Let's put him down where he belongs, in the ground. Let's put him down. That's where he belongs. That piece of junk. Trashy person, wears a wig, has hair implants, tans like a sissy, has bitch tits, he shows his upper chest. Show the rest, little bitch. How many people would come out here and do what I'm doing? How many people would come out here and do what I'm doing? All these guys that called me out before, would they come out here and do what I'm doing? Start them with, yep, him. Big so-and-so. Or the other guys, or big this guy and big that guy. Big shit my ass, that's what it is. It's big shit my ass.
What's really funny about it, he's closed out twice and yet he's still going. Beach Day with Lenny, I'll have to find that one. It's probably on its sick as piss here. Yeah, he did try to pick a fight. He tried to pick a fight with me, Blaha. He tried to pick a fight with everyone in order to build up his channel.
They're scared. You know why they're racist? Because they're scared of black people. And this is all a black neighborhood. They're all good people here. I love them. I love them all, man.
You don't even live there.
Love them all.
Drugs, people. They're bad, okay?
You guys have a good day, man. So this is the city. This is one of the most dangerous places in the world. I'm out in the middle of the street. See? Do I look scared? Is he a damn fool? Is he a damn fool?
I know, he's been saying that for a while. That's what makes the video so funny, Sereda.
These guys are doing some construction here. They're from Mexico. Mexicans are the hardest workers, man. Very good people. God bless them. They're good people. They're not troublemakers. Black people are good people, man. They're not troublemakers. White people are good people. Arab people are good people. We have good and bad and everywhere. So know that. Know that. Know that. All you cowards, all you trolls would not dare say anything to my face. I don't care if you're 450 pounds of muscle. Whatever you are. Hey, slow down, man. Motherfucker. He's gonna speed like that. I'll drag him out of his freaking car. Humanity survives. Hate dies. Hate will die. Hate will die. You guys just watch. God bless you guys. 700 pounds ripped. That's foolish. 700 pounds heart attack. But, you know, he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He doesn't bother no one. Whatever someone does, that's their business. That's their business, whatever they do. Here, I'll show you what their backyards look like. Here. Here. I'm walking in some random person's backyard. Isn't that crazy? These are the backyards, so... Who cares who I know and don't know? It's not your business, man. It's not your business. Who do you know? Who are you? Are you going to come out here and walk in the middle of the street by yourself? No weapons, just myself? Why don't you do that? Why don't you do that, you big coward? Oh, I'm so tough behind a computer. Tough guy. You guys have a blessed day. Remember, peace, man. Peace out. Humanity survives, hate dies. Hate's gonna die. Humanity survives, hate dies. So this is Detroit. I think this is East Detroit or West Detroit. I don't care. I go where and I do what I want and I say what I want, okay? God bless Nautica Comics, who's a strong supporter. God bless all humanity. God bless all Team Rob, all humanity. They are true supporters, man. Don't you guys bother them, because if you do, you're going to deal with Big Rob. You understand me? No, anyone that supports me and that subscribes to me and is positive towards me, I got your back the rest of my life. I guarantee that. I guarantee that I got your back the rest of my life. God bless you guys all. Have a good evening, a good night. Stay out of trouble. Be safe. Be yourself. Do what you want. Say what you want. Go where you want. Don't be scared of no one. You know why? Because I have God on my side. I have God on my side. عندي الله معي لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله ما بخاف من حدا أنا ما بخاف من حدا أنا ما حدا رح يأذيني يقول لي شيء ولا كلمة على العائلة ما حدا رح يعمل هيك أوكي ما حدا في يعمل هيك معي ما حدا في يجرس العائلة الألي ما حدا في يقول لي شيء ما حدا في يعمل شيء رح فرجيهم رح فرج. You guys have a blessed day. إن شاء الله منشوفكن انتو شباب طيبين. Remember to support and subscribe to Big Rob Fitness. Let's get my subscribers up to 10,000 right away. Let's show them that humanity survives. Hate.
Dude's crazy. I should play that other one, but alright, folks, we got like an hour and 10 minutes left, so get your questions in. If y'all want to put something in a donation plate, you can. I know, always funny.
The only thing missing is a queen at the end of that sign. The drunken taco queen.
I didn't notice you were in the restaurant.
Yeah. And you got Brad in his little sombrero.
How you doing?
You following me?
No, I was sitting there at the drunken taco, the little bar right here in the corner.
Drunken taco?
Yeah, literally right here. And then I just saw you. I was like, "There's no way this big Lenny." I mean, I know you're usually.
Yes,
up,
I am.
You're usually
You
up in
scared me. I turned around and I saw
I know.
this huge guy coming at me, but I know I'm getting a good vibe as a cookie does.
No, appreciate you.
So what are you doing down? Sure. What are you doing down here?
I live here in Fort Lauderdale, but you know, I love your videos and you know
So you don't come down here much. We're shooting a big.
Vince with a $100 donation. Oh, yep, we're going to take it past the midnight run. We're going to call it the 1 a.m. Run. But definitely thank you for that donation. You always take good care of me. I'll tell you what.
Lenny show video. That's a famous one, too, in case you didn't know. 100%. What is good to do down here in this area?
What do you like to do?
We like black girls, we like freaks, we like Spanish girls, we like thick girls, we like freaks.
You know what? You like strip clubs?
No.
No.
Cheap freaks.
Cheap freaks. Honestly, you're in the right spot. Like here at night, once the sun sets, like this rock bar right here in front, good drinks, that type of crowd. That's the one you're looking for. Literally the bar, like right next to this drunken talk, right in front.
You got any?
Not that I know of, but
No, no.
Hey, not that I know of, but I'm sure you can look.
It's hard to tell. You can't tell.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to meet you. Go ahead and take a pic.
Yeah, let me take a picture.
Anybody can take a pic.
I'll take it for you.
You know, one thing I can never do is just walk around with my out of shirt. You know, Big Lenny, you know, whenever I see Big Lenny, usually he has no shirt on. I mean, it would be pretty easy for me to stream for 8 hours. Don't forget I used to work at Verizon, so I can definitely work 8 hours here, but I don't intend to do something like that there. No plans. The longest I ever spoke to someone over the phone, it wasn't at Verizon, it was at Alltel. I spoke with a guy for about 9 hours, but it was a very serious situation. So the longest I spoke to one person was 9 hours. Seems to be a gay bar. I mean, there's a lot of swinging dicks there. I'm sure somebody in that crowd is a homosexual. Quick pump, usually I only have one cigar a day. If I have that, usually I just have the minis. Criminal activity, Chad. Criminal activity. That's the best way to describe it. I mean, if I go to Delray Beach, the first person I'm going to definitely look up, Pugman, is going to be Big Lenny. You know, we'll hang out, we'll have a beer or something. One thing I got to give it to Lenny there is he's a very social person, you know. You mean the soul pole? Usually I do that 10 minutes before I end the show, Quick Pump, but remember, I'm going till 1 a.m., so we're not done yet.
See how they're corrupting me, giving me drinks? But hey, that's our band.
No, Chad.
How you feeling?
I feel good. You might say I'm a cookie cutter, but I tell you what, you need, because for instance, I don't have that. Say, we go to school or work, you got to be around some female motivation.
Oh, I agree, 100%.
Particularly, I mean, in my case, I need that. So every so often, you know, it beats, you know, beating yourself up and being miserable.
100%. No, I agree.
Not all the time, but sometimes. You wouldn't do those supplements too often. But, hey, connecting with people.
Yeah.
Look it up. So talk loud. Hey, I get in such a frenzy sometimes, like now. I feel like eating the boogers out of girls' nose, and I've done it before. Right in the
Eating boogers out of girls' noses, that's a freak, that's for sure. Ew. I would buy him a beer. I wouldn't definitely share it with him.
I get the right shit. That's my booger sugar. What do you think about that, boy?
Well, it doesn't matter what time of day it is, Chad. You know, if you're at a bar, you're supposed to drink.
Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. So what do you got going here, huh?
I like your tan.
Thanks. How do you know me?
Oh, I've seen you on YouTube.
Good. What do you got going here? What's the sign?
Oh, every Friday night, Saturday,
Now that guy's a homo.
and Sunday. For the past 10 years, I've been out with signs like this. And this sign is commemorating my OnlyFans.
I mean, when you say someone has a nice tan, yeah. That not get my gaydar is picking up on him, so yeah.
All right, hey, Big Lenny Show viewers. OnlyFans is a website that allows you to have a membership-based platform.
They know what it is, but what's yours?
Mine is CHB 2 inches.
What does that mean?
Oh, that my handle for over about 10 years now has been CHB 2, but OnlyFans has got its own demographic. So I want my real name. Oh, on YouTube, CHB 2. You can find me or.
CHB2. So what is your angle? What is your message? You seem like an all-American type of guy.
What type of content?
I just come out to the beach every day. We just got here.
We were here earlier in the year, so second time. But you know us, we're looking for content, white girls.
He's not a twink. This is what we would. Now I've not confirmed whether he's a homo or not. But he would be considered an otter. You know, that's basically a small bear, in other words. But we would call him an otter.
You know, it's been great so far. Transsexual, but you can't tell, you know. But we're about like you, freedom in the free market.
Yeah.
And freedom to do what you want.
Yeah, I mean,
as long as you're not hurting anyone. Hey, what's a pretty girl like you doing all by yourself?
Your parents are all meeting over there.
Parents?
Yes. My parents are my best friends.
Good for you.
How do you like that book?
So far so good. I'm on chapter 2. I just started it the other day.
This is the world famous Big Lenny. We're filming for YouTube right now.
Are you on YouTube? You look familiar.
I do.
You're on Instagram, aren't you?
I am, of course.
What is it?
What's my Instagram?
Please.
It's _Galliano.
Galliano.
Yeah, Galliano.
Great.
I like your tattoos. What's the one on your bicep?
It means do good and good will come back to you.
Very true.
There you go. And you're doing good by giving us the time of day for the Big Lenny show. The viewers are going to love it.
Awesome.
But how's the book so far?
So far so good. It's definitely been kind of a mind fuck.
Yeah.
But I like that.
In which
You know what I
way?
I like how you say the F word. With confidence.
Yes, definitely.
You have a wonderful day. Thank you again.
Thank you. Absolutely.
What was your name?
My name is Carolina.
Say again? Catalina?
Yeah, like
Oh, Carolina.
Carolina, yeah.
Oh, very nice. Very nice meeting you.
No problem, likewise.
Big Lenny show. That's what I'm saying.
Well, looks like Lenny didn't get the girl, so.
We're here at the Lush.
One more time for everybody.
It'll be up in a few days, yeah. Our fans are gonna go wild.
Okay, I'll definitely catch myself on there.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right. See you soon, I hope. You live down here?
I live somewhere in Kendall.
I know what's coming up next.
Yeah, Miami.
Good. When we can do a collab somewhere down the future if you're so inclined.
Nice meeting you.
What a sweetheart.
Yeah, very.
That's what it's all about. You feeling it, Rob?
Yeah.
Good. Woo! All right. All right. Right.
Yucky. I'm gonna get it. Yucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, here, you want to take the cameras of the maniacs, the trending so far?
Rob, you're looking big. Rob, they're dancing. Whoa! It's the Warlord. That's 290. Look at that freak. 290. Here you go. 290. That's what it's all about. I want to ask you to get a drink.
Huh?
And mingle. Take her and get a drink.
Oh, Carrot Catalina?
Yeah, you go. Maybe with her parents. Yeah. Look at her. Cute face and a nice ball of flab.
Yeah.
I like the flab one as well.
Perfect amount of flab.
Yeah, what do they call that?
Rob is a big ugly fuck.
What is that? Marbling, like on a steak?
Yeah.
They call it marbling. Oh, let's go there. All right, Rob.
Ucky and yucky.
All right, that was a long time, Rob. Always good.
The dose, the 3 milliliter dose.
But it was a different time.
Yeah.
Nope.
I'm sure they like it.
I did. Let's just see how Ucky and yucky shoot. You haven't met, this is the world famous Big Lenny right here.
Are you on Instagram right now?
Oh, yes, I am.
Would you like to give it out?
Is this your mother?
Oh, she's pretty.
You guys
I love the shirt. I love the shirt. That is.
Oh, that's a great shirt. I love that. Yeah.
You got people that say everything's dope, but you're the first one that said God is dope.
That's great. Yeah, that's awesome. Very cool.
So you're gonna get 50,000, 100,000 views, fans, and
Yeah.
channel, right? Do it. Talk about our God. Because like I said, I want to go get my team. I got my big wedding show. I didn't work anymore. It's gonna work for you.
We need to make God cool again, you know? Everybody wants
Even if they don't see him, they see the phone. That's their God.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Like us, we're bodybuilders, so I'm gonna start a clothing line where it says Jesus is my spotter. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Big Lenny, look him up and yeah.
Is there any things you'd like to say to the young people? Just most of our viewers. Boys, girls, all around the world.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
It's nice to see a mother and daughter get along too.
Yeah, and father, right? Yeah.
That's great. I just like helping other people because people help me. And you know, it's for they're my age, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But you believe me, you got talent. Thank you. We need to get ooey and gooey. We got too many of these young people with their parents. I mean, seriously, what is that? In your 20s with your parents? Come on. You got a freak coming. 500-pound bencher right there.
Huh?
You're a 500-pound bencher, aren't you?
Yeah, right.
You can tell you from a mile away with that
I
chest.
did push-ups.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I did 300.
Consecutively?
Yeah, no, I
ask your age?
I like every other haul I'll do 25.
Nice.
May I ask your age?
I'm 52.
Well,
Because Good, great. Where you from? Huh? Where you from? Originally New York. I'm Jeff.
Big Lenny from YouTube.
How you doing, Big Lenny?
Now you're famous.
Jeff, Rob. Rob, how
I'm
you doing,
from
Rob?
Connecticut, right?
New York, I can tell you still got that. 29. No gray in your beard yet, man.
29, yeah. I might put a touch of gray in there.
So what's your message for the youth of this country and the world?
Get off your ass. Yeah, there you go. Right?
I like it.
Gotta get out and just do it. Yeah.
I like it.
You know?
That's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I like to do this. I try to come out here and do this at least 4 times a week.
That's awesome.
And then I do it in the gym. I'll do chest. I'll do inclines. I had a great.
Of course you do. Yeah. No, I knew that wasn't all.
How about squats?
Like you know, man, my back is a little screwy sometimes, you know, from age and I did construction my whole life.
Yeah.
So my back and my knees are done with squats.
Yeah, hopefully you live another 80 years.
I just want to be able to walk for another 20.
Yeah, Big Lenny really wanted that those black ladies here, so yeah.
You know? Yes. But this part of me's fine. It's the lower part, my knees. I like, you know. Well, no, it's not. But if I ran or something like that, then I'm hurting the next day because I got no cartilage in this thing.
And you know what? If you guys don't want to get a virus, get out here in the sun like a player.
Yeah. Guys, have a good day.
You too, man.
Thanks for giving us the time. Thanks for the message.
Big Lenny show.
Big Lenny show. What a good guy.
Yeah, I like that. I like the.
Yeah.
How you feeling, Rob?
Feeling good. But you ever like crack your jaw and then get a pain in your ear?
Yeah,
Like
when you're on shit, you get that.
No,
Fucking
even with
water
a
retention. I get that all the time.
even without anything, I got that.
Let's get away from this fight.
Oh boy.
He's fucking really smart mouth, too. You should listen to his own. Just look at these.
Ooh, look at those.
Ooh. Things are laughing, but I don't care. Remember we were here? He's dead now.
What's that? We were doing Cass.
Yeah, that kid's gonna wish he would have listened to me.
Who?
Yeah, Florida with the, I would agree. Yeah.
I should rephrase that.
What's that?
If you suck at dick doesn't make you feminine.
Oh,
It makes you perfect.
Oh boy.
Dancing, unless you're Rob Swags, Thrill Town was the originator.
Yeah.
And I'll say another thing, Rob. Here's what I like.
Who?
That guy from Nashville. That guy, what's his name? Marcus Eminem.
Eminem?
I like the story. He got beat that fuck out.
Yeah.
By PMs.
Yeah.
They beat him so fucking bad. And he overcame it.
Yep. No way you can call him a cookie cutter. And I know you and Laura don't like hip hop, but the thing is, here's my honest feelings is I feel like we're all the same person, born in different circumstances. So how can you judge somebody who grew up in that environment?
Exactly.
They're just talking about what they grew up
And
with.
you know what? When you did it, me and Kalora didn't have a problem.
Wow.
You really did. You know why? You should get in there and lift. You kick ass. And you know what?
It didn't take guts. I was the only. Trust me, there was no other kid from my school that was willing to go into the hood of New Haven, Connecticut, and do that type of shit. You know?
We have something in common. I went to the hoods too.
Right.
Crazy shit. So
I never-
got out of your system, but you know what? You could bring it back.
I could, but you know what? I never looked at that.
I enjoyed them.
I respected those kids so much because, you know, where I'm from, Milford, Connecticut, and it's the same as Oakmont, where you're from. Most kids, you know, they're suburban, they don't really have any struggles. These kids in the hood in New Haven, they don't have parents to help them out. You know,
Mommy's getting high.
Exactly, they have nothing.
I know how it
So they're forced to be ambitious and creative.
You know what's sad? It was in the news. This older guy, 75, waved at a kid's baby up in Hartford, and the black guy, fucking punched him, almost killed him, just because he's waving his baby. Oh, boy. It's a pretty fucked up mindset. But what I appreciate about what I don't like is, you know, Edge Mailman likes death metal. I don't particularly care for that. We went to Hatebreed when they had a concert. We did security or something. They're saying F Jesus.
No,
I don't like that. But
yeah, exactly.
You know what? If somebody's athletic and they're training,
right?
Yeah, you shouldn't be saying F Jesus there. That's it's considered blasphemy. But even if you didn't believe in the Bible, you know that's inappropriate.
I don't have a problem with it.
No, but you know what? I mean, Calora said rap music is demonic. The heavy metal's just as bad. I mean, even somebody.
All of it is really.
Even somebody like Lil Wayne, for example, he has a tattoo on his, right between his eyebrows that says "Fear God." You know, at least they're not saying F.
He looks like a demon, but you know, he's public. He's a nice guy, and he's a businessman. I just don't understand the money aspect of these guys making money. Any musician, I'm talking about. You know, it was real satanic with the Beatles. Rolling Stones, you know who they are? I'm related? Aleister Crowley.
The way musicians really make money is not so much as selling records and stuff. It's all of the concert venues that they actually go to. When they're out on the road, that's when they make the most money. Fit about 1,200 square feet, Robert. That's the house I'm looking for. Mainly a 3-bedroom, 2-bath.
The Satanist.
Yeah.
So there you go for that. There, that's my father didn't like any of that. Any of it. He called it all devil music.
So, very true. I watched a documentary on the Beatles and Elvis. They were all fucked up in that way.
Yeah, and then why are they making... What about the person that gets technology and improves the food supply?
Right.
The guy that makes the steroids, like Dr. John Ziegler, that's a hero.
Right.
Guys that push himself to the limit. Pure disease. That's a hero. I just don't like them glorifying things that are too, shall we say, unnecessary. I don't know, it's hard to say. But it's definitely up for discussion, and any maniac who wants to talk about these on a podcast, we're willing to talk about any subject. Well, I just like shotgun. You know what shotgun is?
Yeah.
When it blows in my mouth.
Yeah.
I like
What is that? $10 off what?
This new vape shop that just opened.
You work for them?
No, my
I
friend,
never
my
tried
friend
it.
opened it up,
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm just helping out.
This is the world famous Big Lenny.
Yeah, I'm new to this. Vaping world like that, but for some reason, the past year I've been interested. I like when girls do that smoke, blow smoke.
Yeah, this is going to be on YouTube, yeah.
It's good for your business.
Yeah, we'll
You want
promote
to
it.
give a message to the viewers about your advertising or anything like that? We get 100,000 or more.
Really?
Yeah. Where are you located?
It's like 10 minutes from here in Fort
The
Lauderdale.
tailored hemp.
The Tailored Head. You guys coming to Fort Lauderdale?
Delta 8 CBD.
And what is your name?
I'm Sophia.
Sophia. Nice to meet you. Do you have an Instagram?
Yeah. SD Trap.
SD Trap?
Yeah.
I like that.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work. And what do you recommend for a beginner?
The Delta 8, the gummies are really good.
What is the strongest thing? You put the gummies in the vape or?
Gummies video, like gummy bears.
I see. There's
Delta, explain to him what Delta 8 is.
Delta 8 is marijuana with a really low THC percentage.
So it doesn't get you as high.
What's the
It's not
fine?
as much as a head high, but it's really relaxing.
You're now world, you're on Big Money Show, you're real famous.
I'm Nicole, my best friend Nicole.
Yeah, those ladies are zooted out.
Do you work for the Tailored Hemp as well?
Yes.
They sent you guys out here today?
Yeah.
Nice.
I do, but I don't use it.
Good for you.
Well,
Smart
you
move.
should, because both of your minds are standouts. And when we see standouts, we try to get you guys popularity.
Look up Big Lenny on your phone. He really is famous. So
Really?
yeah, we're here now filming. Yes.
Asheville,
Porn star.
I have what's called a shotgun fetish.
Okay.
I discovered 2 years ago. I'm 51. Even a girl that smokes a joint or smokes anything and blows it in my mouth, and I love it.
Well, you don't meet a lot of girls that do that there.
Good.
Yeah, sure.
I'll never put my mouth on one and just getting the smoke from a girl's lungs. It is hot.
Well, you guys will have to come by. Maybe we'll be there.
Maybe you could give me a nice little shot.
You're welcome.
From those, you know why? Because it's coming out of your luscious lungs.
Here you go, two. Let's get it close up on the keysters.
Can we get a shotgun on film?
We have to. Let's do it. Yeah.
I do have a shotgun. You know, you guys, and this is for you, Marvin. I don't know if you know. For some reason, I like being on shotguns.
Why do you say it's for Marvin?
Because Marvin he understood my fetishes, and like I said, everybody knows that Mona's beautiful mansion in Miami. I broke the rules of the journey, but I'm not into that so much anymore. But the shotgun.
You're not into it so much anymore, but you sent me the Mrs. Meekness yesterday.
Yeah, because somebody sent it to me and I figured, it's like, just one of those things, you know?
You know what I like what they said about our latest video with, you know who they said? They said, they said, I like how close you are to her meat wallet.
Yeah, I like that.
Her meat wallet.
I texted Linda before, I said, hey Linda, I miss that meat wallet. Because yeah, I miss you touching it too. Your meat wallet. How about, hey, you know who I wish was here? Because she's in that jacuzzi.
It would be inappropriate for me to discuss any type of fetishes, but I'm pretty much a vanilla person for the most part.
That Taco Queen meat wallet. Imagine being in the jacuzzi, getting shotgunned.
Maybe by one of her friends, but not by... That's Brad's gal.
Hey, I've always told Brad, you said it, you admitted it. You would share with me, I would share with you. He would do the same.
Well,
me and the Owlman shared, me and Mike Tate shared, you offered to share.
Well,
what's up with Brad?
I did before I...
What's up with Brad?
Before I got settled with her, I did, but honestly, no. But if I was single and I was just hooking up with a girl, yeah. You know, but if you're with somebody, no. Can you blame Brad for that? I mean, come on.
Yes.
No. No, you can't.
Brad's an old geezer.
No, he's not.
Where is he? We offered him to come take part of this journey. In a few years, we'll be part of the riches. But no, he wants the postal bennies. Anybody can be a post office, Brad. It doesn't take a genius. Come out here and do this. Risk your life.
We didn't really win the fans back over until Brad was back involved, so I disagree. I think Brad's got some underrated talent. You know?
He does.
He really does.
We're going to the walk tonight. All right, let's go, friend. So long, Big Lenny. Have a nice one.
Big Lenny's looking for some booger sugar.
Are you on Instagram?
You got the booger sugar?
Great episode of the Big Lenny Show will be uploaded in 2 days. Yeah.
Want me to take it for you?
We're looking for freaks. Yeah.
We're going to the big walk tonight.
The big walk? Alright, dinner time. Just in time. Just in time.
I didn't need to see that. watch any Marvel comics or anything, and I especially hate Flash. I watched one episode with a friend of mine. Hated it.
Oh, great. So what do you think? What's a good place for fun? You tell me, man.
You ever go to Swigs?
I went to like
Orlando, Swigs.
You know, folks, that looks like a happening place here. I'll definitely have to visit the beach. I won't get in the water or anything like that, you know. You know how black folks and beaches are. You know, that's how we got here in America to begin with. But that looks like a happening place, though.
Thank you very much. I got my 2 cigars here. Yeah. All the best to you. And I'll see you in heaven, okay? I like our Brazilian fans. We got plenty of them.
And Brazilian women are the best.
Yes, they are. Next day.
Any women's the best. Any women's the best. Any women.
What's your Instagram?
Hey, Cristiano Brazil.
Nice. You ready yet?
Hey, we're here in Fort Lauderdale. A lot of ass, a lot of bitches, a lot of things. You don't catch this anywhere else.
God bless you.
Yeah, that dude is zooted out to the max. It looks like he's just drunk, so, yeah. But, I mean, when you got a bar like that, great environment, you know, what expected, you know.
We got like what's your good guys?
Yeah.
I've not been in Florida for over a decade, so no, I've not trained at the World Gym with them jump tube. But I'll be back soon, so because I got to visit old Aaron, make sure he's okay. Yeah, Aaron Singerman. I mean, we're still buddies here, you know. So I haven't spoke to him in a couple weeks, but yeah. I promised him that once I went to Florida, I would visit the Redcon headquarters. So.
What do you think about that, Flash? We'll show you how to have fun, Flash. Thanks. Would you put that on the IG?
yeah, I can get down. I can cut a rug or two, you know. Well, we can check out part 1. I'll have to figure out the section that it's at, so... I think I have...
What's up, Maniacs? Real quick before the video starts, just want to let you know, buckle up. You're in for a treat. This one's going to be a wild ride. We have more. They're going to be demonetized most likely, and the next one definitely will because of the music. So if you want to support us real quick, BigLennyShowGear.com. Buy weird.
You mean this part?
Oh my God. You're going to give me a heart attack. Why what? What a great gal. Thank you.
Why your wife so motherfucking slides? Yo, motherfucking wife. Let me see your finger.
No, he's gonna buy you the slide.
Oh my God. Where did you come from? What's your Instagram? What's your Instagram, babe? Tell the viewers, he's filming for the Big Lenny Show on YouTube, 150,000 views.
Okay.
Whoa! Can I kiss it?
We got to look, please.
Can I kiss it?
Come on up in here.
You gotta come over here and spend some money.
What y'all want to do?
How much?
It's
$20 for any bed. I'll get you some. Can I kiss it?
I need like a size 7 right now.
Okay.
Okay, let me I want the black ain't out with the motherfucking gold. Black right now.
Rob, are you kidding me?
Rob, don't be dumb.
How do you know Rob?
Because you said Rob.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Good Lord, what are you doing?
You for the light? Okay, come over here.
This was about a year ago, Rob.
You ask him. He wants to buy something else.
Where'd you get that out there? Can I eat on film? Come on, let's do it. Look at that. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh. Kill me. I'll put you in my will. Oh, shit. Boy, you're going to be world famous, you know that?
Where's the closest hospital I'm in?
Oh, God. Hey, hold on. Let us get that. Let us get $40 first before you get a nut. Rob, are you kidding me?
Task hurt, not me.
Well, are you freaking kidding me? My dad.
That's on me. Yeah.
Rob wants it.
God.
Mama wants it, right?
Oh, yeah, go
Get that big fat.
She sure was working for that money there.
Rob is the best cameraman in the world.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey, y'all better get out the road after this. Hey, you are?
That's how you hustle there, you know.
Where? Can I suck you? I'm gonna suck you.
Oh boy. I guess I'm hanging out with you guys for a while.
Thank you, Rob. Bro, are you freaking kidding me?
Let's go.
Heart attack. Heart attack.
Come on, baby.
Ugh. Oh my God. Instagram, where y'all at? All right, Dan Colombo.
All right, folks. I don't think we have more time to review a video. So we got 30 minutes left. So welcome to answer any questions you got. Let's see. Let me cut off this monitor. All right. I think those were shoes. I remember that wasn't a part. Well, we'll get to that because we're gonna have another live stream for 4 hours anyway. Because like I said, we're gonna do review and react videos. It's no longer gonna be a 2-hour show, folks. Just to let you know, it's gonna be 4 hours, or in this case, 5 hours. I just didn't have any work. Usually I have work to do at midnight, but I've not really had anything come in, except for orders that I don't have items for, so I have to cancel them anyway. So, most of the stuff I've been doing this week is looking for website, domains and purchasing them. It's the one where we'll check it out there. I know which one you're talking about. I thought it was that one. But you want to see the armpit one. So we'll get to that next time. But folks, 25 minutes left. Get your questions in. If y'all want to put something in the donation box, you can. No, definitely not a 24-hour stream. No. I think the longest stream I've had so far was 6 hours, from 6 till midnight. That was the vegan gain substitution one, but that was when I had the bad internet. So we got good internet. So thank Pugman for that. So now that we got good internet, we can definitely do a lot more. Oh boy. But yeah, it's but yeah, Big Big Lenny's a freak there, I'll tell you that.
So hey, Facebook.
That's my friend Philip, so give me just a minute. Big Lenny's an entertaining person to be around, so, from what it seems to be, so. I mean, that's what you gotta do in order to be on YouTube. You gotta have some sort of entertainment there, so, hey, we'll get to it tomorrow. There's a number of other videos, but, I don't want to get in the position of where I mess up the remainder, because I've already closed out that window, and then I'll have to put things back.
Keep it up, brother. Loving these multi streams.
Andrew with a $3 donation. We're going to definitely keep it up. I got the bandwidth now. We'll probably do some video gaming as well, probably next week or so. But it'll be classic video games, because I've tried out the video gaming. I can't do any high def stuff that, Richard does, but I tried it out with things like Dig Dug, and it seemed to work just fine. You're not seeing my meat wallet. Nobody's seeing that at all. Let me go ahead and cancel out this order. But in the meantime, y'all can, like I said, got 20 minutes left there. That's what I was mentioning to somebody else, that, you know, because these streams are a lot longer, you know, it allows me to do a lot more, so. And I really like the fact that I can do longer live streams and they don't screw up or anything like they've been doing before. Well, the issue isn't my computer. I have a... I mean, I'm going to put a good video card in it. The problem is that the biggest issue is just bandwidth still. I got good bandwidth, but I still don't have enough to really do what Richard does. But we'll get to that point, folks. If I don't get cable internet, I'm going to definitely get... I'm definitely going to get 5G home internet. That'll probably come here sooner than regular internet. It'll be in July, which will be 1 year that I've done a live stream. So it is coming up. Don't know why that keeps popping up for. I don't have maxi pads anymore. You know, I'm gonna really start yelling at these at this distributor to stop putting products up that we don't have. It gets on my nerves. I didn't get a response from Richard there, Pugman. But I'll get to the debate there. You can count on that. I couldn't debate him Tuesday because I was in the middle of the stream, but we'll make arrangements. We'll definitely have the debate. I mean, it'll be pretty much a cut and dry one because I'm gonna go ahead. He obviously has seen where it's illegal to have peptides. So I'm not even really sure as to why he's wanting to debate about this for, you know. But even if it wasn't illegal, why in the world would you go and take something like that to begin with? I mean, it's just ridiculous. Been discontinued. Here we go. I hate doing refunds. But the good thing is I have a system to where, it makes it a little bit easier. Thank you for your order. We apologize, but this item is no longer in stock. I think Richard is taking steroids at this point in time. I'm pretty sure about it. Yeah, I would take steroids first before peptides, but it's possible that he's already taking steroids. I wouldn't be I wouldn't be surprised at all. Because if he's willing to do peptides, what's to stop him from doing steroids? I mean, they're both illegal drugs, you know. They're both illegal. Not supposed to be doing it. But, you know, it's kind of sad, you know, he's still trying to claim himself as a vegan activist. I can't see him at this point, you know. You're supposed to protect animals. He wants to kill every carnivorous animal. You're supposed to be living a healthy vegan lifestyle. He's popping pills. He's popping nicotine pills. And now he's taking peptides. There's, you know. So he's not living a long, happy, and healthy vegan life. I mean, if you look on his stream itself, I mean...
Start twerking after...
I mean, he looks pretty bad, you know. Looks pretty bad. And he looks depressed, too, so... But, I mean, as far as an 8-hour stream, it's like I said before. I used to spend 8 hours on the phone at Verizon, so doing an 8-hour stream would not be really an issue or anything like that. You know, maybe on my 1-year anniversary, I will do an 8-hour live stream or even a 9-hour live stream. You know, that wouldn't be an issue at all. Because I've already done 5 hours, so what's an extra 3 hours, folks? We're just not going to do it tonight. How big of a pusher of gear was Rich Piana? Major. Pugman, I don't think I'll be able to stay awake for 24 hours. I would probably fall asleep. But on the 1 year, I'll probably do a really, really, really long one. Probably at least 8 or 9 hours. I have a mini gym in here. When I do get a new house, Pugman, I will definitely have a gym in the home. I'll have one room for the office. The other one will be for the gym. So, yes. I'll definitely have a gym. Non-negotiable. I mean, it won't be so much as a gym. I'm going to put back one of my racks from Body Solid and train on that. So, you know, that'll be definitely fun to have again. So, and of course, naturally, I would no longer have any need for a gym membership neither. So, just lay down some rubber matting and put the rack in and away we go, you know. And of course I would have free weights because free weights will last forever. No machinery or anything like that. You know, if I'm going to have a gym in my house, it's going to be all free weights. Free weights are going to last forever, you know. As opposed to a cable weight. No, I'm not tired at all, Andrew. I mean, I'm a bit sleepy, but, you know, like I said before, I worked at Verizon. I used to work 8 hours a day talking to people and stuff. So, like I said, it's feasible for me to do an 8-hour stream or so forth. And I'll probably do that on the 1-year anniversary or so. Maybe even 12 hours. Who knows, you know. No, I don't swim at all. I mean, I can swim, but you know, it's that if there's anything that's a stereotype of any type there, black folks don't like to swim, so I fall within that stereotype, so part of it also is, you know, I'm a pretty heavy person, and generally speaking, I sink to the bottom of the ocean. It's another reason why I don't get on cruise ships neither. Now my brother likes cruise ships, and he has no problem swimming there. But me, mm-mm. I mean, I know enough to swim to where if I get thrown in the water or so forth, I can get out and I can do a backstroke and everything like that. But, you know. Yeah, when it comes to cruise ships, from what I understand, they try to ply you with a whole bunch of alcohol and you know, and then you're ending up paying like $20 a drink. That's how cruise ships make their money, is by alcohol. He drunk a Monster? Ugh. I used to drink Monster energy drinks when I was doing security work at night to stay awake. But those things are those and Red Bulls, they're very addictive. I mean, I know how to swim quick pump. I just don't like getting in the water or anything like that. It's just not my favorite thing to do. I sink to the bottom. So, you know, I have enough to where if I fall in the middle of the lake, I can probably swim my way out. Although I could also drown. It's just that, you know, I wouldn't want to. The best way not to drown in the middle of a lake is not to get into it to begin with. So I don't get on boats neither. I'm a land brother, you know. What's the best TV brand to go with? Well, when I worked at Montgomery Ward, we used to sell Toshiba TVs because they gave us the highest commission. But at this point in time, I would probably go with a Samsung. It's not going to really make much of a difference because a lot of, you know, TVs are pretty much all HD, so you're going to get the good results. No, he didn't respond to the request there, so, but I'm more than sure we'll debate pretty soon. Avocados have healthy fats in them, but I don't believe in using them for contest prep. The reason being is because they do have while it has healthy fats, it is still fats here. So, for me, basically, whenever I was doing contest prep, I kept foods very simple. You know, chicken, tuna, you know, eggs, oatmeal. You know, I pretty much ate basic things. I only had 6 different things that I would eat during contest prep, and that was it. I also, whenever I was contest prep, I also avoided protein shakes, anything with milk in it or anything. Well, I don't think so. He was going to challenge. He challenged me to a debate twice, but, you know, I was busy at the time, so 3rd time's a charm. Well, Zach, I was just saying that as far as whenever I was working at Montgomery Ward. You have to remember that's 1995, so you just had regular big TVs. I saw the Sony Trinitron was the best TV at the time, but the Toshibas paid more commission. So I endorsed the Toshibas naturally. The only show Jason Blaha is going to be on is Cops. Pugman, he's not responding there, so like I said, we'll get the debate in. No worries. I sent some guys over to his live stream to see if he wished to debate. I haven't heard anything from him. But I promise you, Pugman, we will definitely have a debate there. Zenith didn't pay shit. Protein shakes are good for building muscle, but in my opinion, for contest prep, it's not something I like to use. I never liked using dairy products whenever I was doing contest prep. If I was gonna have any type of shake or of some type, it would have to be a different protein source other than that. Hemp protein, for example, something more solid like beef protein or egg protein, but I would not have anything with dairy in it. Non-negotiable. But yeah, Pugman, we'll get the debate in. I will personally promise that to you. We'll get the debate. I mean, I know I have to prepare for a debate itself there, but there's not really much I can prepare because I've already showed him the reports on the peptides and stuff. So I'm not sure what else he wants to really discuss. But for you, Pugman, I'll definitely take care of it next week. So, or if he contacts me via email, I'll set up a time of whenever outside the show. But I'll let everyone know. It doesn't. Any brand is pretty decent right now. As far as HD is concerned, because I forgot what type of TV I have. What kind of TV? Well, mine is a generic. One thing I do know, it's a generic brand. No, wait a minute. It's a Hitachi. My TV is a Hitachi. It's just a personal preference as far as not having any lactose in. Whenever I take any lactose supplement, I feel as though I'm getting softer. In other words, that would be the best way to describe it. No, we're gonna do the. There we go. Of course, we got to still do the So Polar. All right, folks, 5 minutes left. If y'all got some last minute questions to ask, better ask it now. Weekend is coming up, folks. Of course, I do want to, before we go, I want to thank James Wade. I want to thank Vince. Vince always takes good care of me. That's my dog there, you know. And I also want to thank Andrew for donating. I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me tonight. Like I said, I'll try to contact Vegan Gains, see if he wants to debate about the peptides, because I can do that now. He just caught me at really odd times there, you know. So. Oh, we're bringing the elbows like Dusty Rhodes here, Pugman. I'm gonna finish him off. I'm gonna make mincemeat out of him. I'm gonna make dog meat. I've had that Hitachi TV for about 9 years. It's a basic HD TV. It's nothing fancy. It's like a 1040. It's a pretty old HD TV. But my whole thing about it is that I don't really need anything sharper than what I actually have, you know. I don't really watch too much TV to begin with, so it really doesn't make a difference as far as to how sharp it is. I gotta replace my furniture, but I'm definitely not gonna replace my TV. I have no need for it. I don't even need the TV in my bedroom, to be honest with you. I have a little TV/DVD player in the bedroom. Oh no, Andrew. I'm not tired, but I'm sleepy. So if I do another hour, I'm gonna probably fall asleep. Raw chicken smoothies, they're dumb. No. Plus, there's no way to measure really the caloric intake. And they're nasty. Just eat grilled chicken. Eat chicken like a normal person. Yes, sir. Good stuff. That's Smokey's Lounge for you, people. I've eaten at Benihana before. It's been a while, but, you know. I always like the show. The biggest thing about Benihana, the food is good, but the biggest thing is the show, you know. Well, thank you, Andrew. All right, guys. I hope y'all had a really fun time. You know, like I said, we're going to do a lot longer live streams, as I've always mentioned. We got the router. We got everything in. Going to be gaming, hopefully next week. Going to do a lot more stuff there now that I have the ability to do it. So, again, folks, thank Pugman, you know, for taking care, you know. Like I said, I can't thank him enough there. I'll thank him every single week if I got to, you know. Because honestly, I like hanging out with you folks. And anything that allows me to chill out and have fun with you guys, hey, that's good for me. I don't consider it work at all, folks. You know what I'm saying? So it is now 1 o'clock, folks. Yeah, I'll keep y'all guys updated, Robert. Once we do a debate, you know, I'll put a notice out or a schedule as far as to when we'll debate. I'll make sure none of you guys miss it there. But again, thanks again for joining me for the show tonight. And as always, peace and soul.